Yes, money is there.
This is a trial version of what? No, this webex you have provided, it is a trial version or it is totally different?
Excuse me, hello. Any issue?
Okay, because everybody is tracking somewhere, all the participants. That is why just
No, what are you checking?
now I'm not really able to see them. Fine, let me check.
No, can the introductions continue, please? Mr. Gugnath was
Yeah, I
talking
can.
something.
I think everybody, yeah, even I can. Yeah, okay, fine, Shina.
Okay, you can mute others. Probably only whoever wants to speak, they can unmute and speak.
Okay. Okay.
And driver level. So
Okay.
that's all from me.
Okay. So what do you expect out of this training?
Yeah, basically, if basically most of our problem will be working around the Windows 10. Maybe if a little bit of introduction on the Windows 10 architecture and the internals and some of the best features
Okay.
the Windows 10 supports, and some of the common problems Windows 10 come across. Maybe it
Okay.
may be with respect to anything. It may be anything to at application level or the system level.
Okay.
And if you provide some insight on the resource monitor and
Okay.
the task manager level, how to work at the process level, and some internal something, if something goes bad or some application or some driver malfunction and it took some CPU or the more RAM, so how to troubleshoot or how to identify those stuff, like some internals into the resource monitor and the task manager. So that
Okay.
will help us to quickly oversee the problem and find the solution. So that's
Okay.
the expectation. Yeah, that's all from me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
Kiran, thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Yes, please. Next.
Yeah, I am muted.
Ah, that's fine, sir. I think Akash Kshirsagar.
Yes, Kiran. I'm
நாலு
from end
நாலு
user
வெப்எக்ஸ்
computing and
நாளைக்கு
communication.
இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிடலாம் நைட்டு.
Okay.
So we work on
இவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்காங்களா?
drivers and BIOS updates and issue related to BIOS drivers, Windows 10.
விநாயகம்லாம் இருக்காரு.
Okay. Okay.
So we expect to learn more about
கிரண் தான்
Windows 10
ப்ரெசென்டர்.
and issues related to Windows 10.
விடு இதெல்லாம் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடு.
Okay. Fair enough. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. I think next
Yeah,
Arpit can go ahead.
Kiran, I don't see anything on the screen. So is that
That's strange. It says I'm sharing my PowerPoint.
okay?
We can't see anything.
Blank, sir.
Black screen.
Yeah. Black screen.
Yeah, yeah.
Strange. It says it's sharing. Visible now?
No.
Not it.
No, sir.
Oh my god. This is really troublesome WebEx.
Even Teams would be better, no? Guys, don't use Teams?
WebEx இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிடலாமா? ஆப்.
Yeah, actually, if you ask me, that's a much better option.
Yeah, because
But anyway, let's.
both our laptops
Yeah.
we already have Teams and regularly we use that, so therefore much better.
Huh?
Let's try one more time. I hope it is visible. Is it visible now? It says you're sharing Microsoft PowerPoint.
No, but still it is black screen.
Yeah, it's black. Actually, it started visibly, but after that, after some time, we are seeing black screen again.
That's strange. I don't know what's wrong with this. Can you hang on? Let me just try it, but you can continue the introductions. Don't worry about it. We'll figure out something. Yeah, I think Arpit was introducing himself.
Sound எப்படி குறைக்கிறது?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm audible?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm from Delhi. So right now, I have just joined this track SCCM and I'm a fresher at
ஒண்ணுதான் கேக்குது,
Infosys.
ரெண்டும் கேக்குற
It's
மாதிரி
just been
இருக்கு.
3 months for me, so
ரெண்டு
I
கேக்குற
don't
மாதிரி
have
இருக்கு.
anything much
ஒரு
to
ஸ்பீக்கர் தான்
share. I'll just be, grabbing all the
வைக்க
information
வைக்கிறதா?
from this.
என்னடா
Don't have
நீ?
anything to share.
கேக்குதா?
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you.
Deepak?
எங்க
Yeah.
ஓபன்
Please go ahead. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, hi Kiran.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. Uh, Deepak here. I'm from CHM team. We used to do a QA work, and from
Okay.
the lab perspective, we used to run the performance benchmark and all. From this training, I'm expecting to analyze the process. So where the scores are getting low, means how to troubleshoot it, and also I'm expecting on the sleep study feature if so. Clear about the process, which CPU is going, which core is going to get a more performance, how to analyze that data. So that I'm
Okay.
expecting from the training.
Okay. Is my screen visible now?
No, Kiran, not yet.
It says I'm sharing my screen already.
Yes, Kiran. Whenever you start sharing your
ரெக்கார்ட்
screen,
பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கியா இப்ப?
it will visible. After second,
See the mouse movement.
so black screen.
Yeah, but at the back screen you can see the mouse movement, but not see. I will say
That's
share
strange.
entire desktop or the trying to share only the application.
I'm just sharing one application. I know desktop is too much to share, so I'm trying to share one application.
Full blank. You can see the mouse movement.
Yeah, Kiran, can you try sharing complete desktop? Let's see that option.
I'm trying that. One minute. Right. Sometimes no, this thing can really
Clear
become painful to stop. Okay.
கிளியரா தான் பேசியிருக்கேன்.
Share
கிளியரா சொல்லியிருக்கேன்.
my desktop. Okay, what is visible now?
The wallpaper, the background wallpaper, we can see.
The multicolored thing, is it?
Yeah, multi-color.
சவுண்ட குறைச்சிட்டேன்.
Sorry to disturb you, Kiran. Are you using macOS?
Yes, I'm using macOS.
Yeah, actually, there is a problem in macOS. I was also facing an issue in the webex, sir. The screen isn't able to, we aren't able to share the screen. That's a problem with macOS.
No, but it works with other meetings, no?
Yeah, it's a bug. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So maybe you can try and go in your, settings and try to share it from there as well.
So I've given all the permissions it requires. General privacy. Security and privacy.
Mac.
That's very weird because when
Some
yesterday I
problem.
used this thing, it didn't cause any problem. So I was just wondering.
இல்ல அதுல இருந்து
what could have
ஷேர் பண்ண
possibly
வர
gone wrong all of
மாட்டேங்குது.
a sudden. Screen recording.
அப்படி இல்ல, இது வெப்எக்ஸ்லயே ப்ராப்ளம்.
Authenticated.
அது என்ன டொமைன்
Permission is there. Let me just rejoin back, guys. Give me a second.
Now it's visible.
Now it's visible.
Introduction part.
Yeah. This is what I wanted to do. One second. Come on. Now this must be better. Share application. More PowerPoint. Yeah. Now it must be visible, right? Yeah, it's visible now.
No.
No, sir.
No, Kiran.
It's weird. I don't know what's happening to this. Anyway. Now?
Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay. What's the problem? It's not reading my HDMI output. That's the problem. Anyway, doesn't matter. But now that you can see it, good. So let's continue with the. I think Deepak was talking, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was Deepak earlier, correct?
எனக்கு
We stopped at
Yeah,
Deepak.
yeah, Kiran.
பேனா
Yeah,
நோட்
Deepak.
புக்லாம்
Please go ahead.
So I'm expecting from this course like analyzing and debugging the process oriented. So basically, I want to know about how the performance scores are going down.
Hmm.
That is what I'm expecting from the training.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Next, Gaurav, I think. Gaurav.
Yeah, hi, good evening, Kiran.
Yeah, good evening, Gaurav.
Yeah, recently I joined the Infosys group and also I am the platform engineer and I am working like the driver updates and all. And currently I am also working in a BISOD error issue and unexpected shutdown. So I am expecting
Okay.
like some like how to debug those problems and just what are the solution for blue screen of that and unexpected shutdowns, because sometimes some files from Windows like it's showing Windows error. So I'm expecting that for this session.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's it.
Sure. Yeah. Next is Gayatri. Gayatri, can you hear us? Okay, next, Glory. I can just follow that order, no, automatically. I think Glory, right? Next.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Glory.
Hi.
Hi.
வேறு எதுவும் சிம்பிளான இது போட்டுக்க முடியாதா? சிம்பிளான இன்டர்ஃபேஸு இது வேண்டாம். இது
Can you hear us,
சிம்பிளான
Glory?
ஹெட்ஃபோன் போட்டுக்க முடியாதா? அதுதான் பெட்ரு.
Yeah, you're
மைக்
audible.
ஒர்க் ஆகும் முதல்ல.
Yeah, so just going to the introduction, so we expect you to give your background and expectation.
Okay, okay. Okay, so my name is Glory Salvi and I've been in Infosys for nearly 4 years now. And I've been
Okay.
working with the L4 platform team
மைக் போகாத
with
தனியா.
Intel.
இது அந்த 3 in 1 பின் இல்லை. லெஃப்ட் மைக்கு, லெஃப்ட் இயர், ரைட் ஸ்பீக்கர், மைக் 3 இது இல்லை. தனியாக மைக்கு தனித்தனியாக வச்சுருக்கேன். அதனால் போகாது. எது சவுண்டு எப்படி இங்கே வைக்கிறது? ஒன்றுமே ஆடியோ வரல. ஃபுல்லாக ஏற்றுங்க. எப்படி கீழே வருது? கீழே கேட்குதா? கேட்குது. என்னோட நோட்ஸ்லாம் எங்கே? இந்த எப்படி
Continue. Gayatri. Guys, able to hear?
Hello, Gaurav. Gokul? Is it Gokul who's talking?
Yeah, this is Gokul here. Hi, Kiran. This is
Yeah,
Gokul.
Gokul. Hi, Gokul.
And I have around overall 10 years of experience in IT as a
Okay.
system and network admin. So I have worked on like from server end, printer, network, and supporting end-to-end users for all this
Okay.
period. So like since I worked in all the technologies like printer, servers, network devices, supporting end users, and the third-party applications. So I want to know like some in-depth log analysis.
Okay. Okay,
இதில்
fair
இதில்
enough.
வெறும் மைக்
Sounds
மட்டும்
good.
போட்டுக்கிட்டு அந்த ஹெட்ஃபோனை போட்டுக்கலாம்ல மைக் எடுத்து
Did we miss anybody? I think Gayatri was not able to introduce, right?
போட்டுக்கோங்க அது வேணாம் ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு அதான் முன்னாடியே டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
I think next it is Joju. Gokul is
விடு
done. So Gugunathan is done. Joju.
Yeah, Kiran, able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Gayatri this side. So I work in L4 engineering team, in a Intel. So
Okay.
like my work is basically with the Windows itself for Windows support. So from this training I'm expecting like get the knowledge so that I can troubleshoot the issues which I'm facing
Okay.
related to
Fair enough.
drivers, updates, BIOS updates and firmware like that.
Okay.
கால் வலிக்குது எடுத்து உருவிடல.
Fair enough. I think next Joju, right? Joju.
Hi Kiran, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you, Joju.
Yeah, Kiran, I am working in Intel project, in Intel CHM project, and I am having total 14 years of experience in .NET. And our current project is CHM project in Intel that is related to the Windows event forwarding. So currently we are doing those activity with Intel. So we would like to hear more about what all are the new features of Windows related to these events, all these activities.
Okay.
That's it from my side.
Sure. Okay. Next, please. Manidhar. Mahidhar?
Okay.
Hello, Mahidhar?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, yes, Mahidhar.
Yeah, Kiran, this is Mahidhar. So currently I'm working on platform team as well as PC skills. So I'm handling the incidents like these new drivers and BIOS so as well as Windows issues. Windows issues also like file so I'm expecting that you can so troubleshoot these issues.
Okay. I think there's too much noise on your end.
Hello?
Yeah, there's a lot of wind on your side. Okay. I think you can go in the order. Manu. Next is Manu. I think you can just continue on your own. Manu.
Yeah, hi Kiran. Good evening.
Hi, Manu.
Yeah,
Good
this is
evening.
Manu. Yeah. So actually I work as a data analyst and I'm working for this client health management track for Intel. And what I do is the analysis on different kind of issues that we track in the form of events that is getting generated out of the machines. And we try to correlate these events with the machine's configuration and with any changes in the configuration on those machines. So what I would like to understand more is what all configuration items are important with respect to user experience and any change on those configuration items like OS or Office or any other item. How does it impact on user experience and the issues that we see on the machines?
Okay, fair enough.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. Yes. After Manu, I think it's Mohit, right? Yeah, Mohit.
Good evening, sir. Mohit here.
Hi, Mohit. Good evening.
I have recently joined Infosys. I'm a fresher at Infosys, and I have recently completed my Infosys training, and I'm expecting to learn more about Windows administration and architecture.
Okay. Sounds good. You're welcome. Okay. Who's next? I think Naveen?
Yeah, Kiran. Yeah, this is Naveen here.
Yeah.
Actually, I joined as a fresher in Infosys. It's already been 3 years in Infosys. I'm part of the UCC CHM team. Right now, I'm handling the SQL database side on the CHM side. And I'm also doing some data analysis work on the CHM side. Even we will be handling the app crash and these are the news days. I'm expectation is like more information on analyzing the log dates. Yeah.
Sure. Sounds good. All right. I think who's next? Prince. Prince? Hello, Prince. Are you there? I can't hear Prince. Can anybody else hear Prince?
Hey, Kiran. Yeah.
Hi, Prince.
Hello.
Yeah. Tell me, Prince. I've been waiting for you to speak out.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, I was on mute.
Okay.
Okay, so I have currently 2.5 years of experience in Infosys,
Okay.
and with
Okay.
Intel, I have completed 1 month. Oh, sorry, 1 year,
Okay.
and I have
Okay.
been working in L4 end user
Okay.
computing.
Okay.
And my expectation with this training is knowing more about certificates, the troubleshooting, how to deal with them, and services part, and what are the updates and how it causes issues in Windows OS, and log
Okay.
analysis.
Okay. Sounds good. So, fine. All right. Okay. Rahul?
Hi, Kiran. Are you able
Hi,
to hear
Rahul.
me?
Yes, I can hear you, Rahul.
Yeah, so I'm from platform team. I have 8 years of experience in embedded systems. And currently I'm working on platform team.
Okay.
So my expectation, I'm expecting some knowledge in USD analysis, BSOD, like that. Means debugging BSOD, finding out which system file is causing that. Like that. Also, this slowness, machine slowness, debugging machine slowness, hitting issue, like that.
Okay.
So these are some issues we face with the work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. So next, please. Then Sai Kiran.
Yeah, hey Kiran, Sai Kiran here.
Hi. Hi, Sai.
So I'm working on Windows imaging actually from the past 9 years, and from this training, I have a couple of expectations. One is from Windows front, that is like how can I fine tune the image, and like what are the things which are eating more of process and all. And second thing is coming to drivers part. So whenever we like we have seen this in a lot of times, whenever we update the like newer version of the Windows, we used to see like the performance really goes down. So I would like to know like how these two things would work out. So that is my expectation from this training.
Okay, sounds good. Sure. Yeah. Hi, Satish.
Hey Kiran, Satish here. I think we had spoken before. Let me quickly introduce. I am manage the client and management team and the product process side. I have got my team members also here, right? Because it is important for us to understand what data we are collecting and what data we are analyzing, right? And what needs to be prioritized so that we will be able to monitor and raise the right alerts. So that is the key expectation. So I got some of my developers also and data analyst and also the client health engineer. So we have maybe as we go along, you will know more. So it at all levels, it becomes important for us to know what events we collect, how do we analyze, and what do we report out, how do we troubleshoot, and right. So that's where we are here. Yeah. So like to hear more from you, Kiran. Kiran, just a quick question. So, did you do a training in 2019 for Infosys? On the
On
Windows
what topic?
internals, same Windows internals.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I did.
Okay, okay. I think some of them were even part of the training. We had a 2 day workshop, I believe.
Yeah, it was a 2-day workshop. Yes.
Okay, okay, at IIPM campus. Okay, so I think most of
Yes.
some people are also present at the time, like Tanvi, Vinayakam, and a lot of other people over here.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
When I
let's.
saw Tanvi, I was wondering where do I know this name from, but yeah, Tanvi and Vinayakam, correct. Good to
Vinayakam
see you guys
also
again.
was there. Right, right. So yeah, the expectation now is bit uh, more than that, right? Because now people had the training and we had a 2 years of work experience at Intel also. So
Okay.
even the team expectation is put more specific on specific issues or troubleshooting kind of a thing. So which was good
Sure.
for.
Yeah, that's
Thanks,
good.
Kiran. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you.
Satish.
Have you
Thanks.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hi, Sridhar.
Hi, Kiran.
Hi,
Yeah,
Sridhar.
I am also from client build engineering team, imaging team. So,
Okay.
so I'm here in Infosys from last 4 years.
Okay.
So total, I have around 13 years of experience.
Oh, nice.
I have been there in the last training that you gave in IIPM office, as
Okay.
Satish said. So I was part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the expectation here is so I just want to see how much how I can improve in terms of imaging part. So like
Okay.
crashes, hangs, and performance issues, how we can
Hmm.
improve the performance of the OS, and
Okay.
understanding all the behaviors, like all the tools, like utilities are there, right? Desktop utilities, active
Yeah.
directory utilities. So just wanted
Yeah.
to understand all the troubleshooting tools, internal Windows
Okay.
systems, internal tools better
Okay.
to use
Okay.
whenever it required from our
Okay.
side.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah, thanks, Kiran.
Yeah. Welcome, Satish. Yeah. Shiv Kumar.
Yeah, hi Kiran, Shiva here.
Hi. Hi, Shiva.
Yeah, actually I am from this Windows L4 support team. I have
Okay.
more than 15 plus years experience in this Windows and cloud environment. Actually,
Okay.
here I am expecting from this training is that log analysis and memory dump analysis, if event analysis, if we find how
Hmm.
to find the root cause of any issue.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly expecting on those stuff.
Okay. Sounds good. Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
And
thank
next
you.
we have, yeah, you're welcome, Shiv Kumar. And Sujata. Sujata, can you hear us? Okay, Sukrut.
Yeah, hi Kiran.
Hi,
Yeah,
Sukrut.
so I recently joined the platform team. So I'm
Okay.
expecting to know in depth about driver packaging, then Windows administration, and analysis of dump files in USDs and BSORTs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
about it. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome. Swati. Swati, are you there?
Yeah,
Hi, Swati.
yes, correct. I am. I have 2 years experience in Infosys.
Okay.
This session, I want to know about how to deploy drivers and things.
Okay. Okay. Tanvi.
So I am working for the client health team, and what I
Okay.
would like to learn more is to analyze issues using event viewer. So before even collecting logs, if we check in the event viewer, so there is a lot of information available there, but I just wanted to learn more on how we can use that information to do analysis or try to at least find out what issue happened or what exactly led to that particular issue. So through
Okay.
different tabs or different so the different events wherever they get listed, how to find out the relevant ones and then drive it further towards analysis.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Hi, Vinayak.
Yeah, hi, Kiran. Good,
Hi.
good to meet again.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm also from platform engineering.
Okay.
The experience-wise, I come from embedded systems, software development. Yeah, this is little new in terms of Windows front. Yeah, so the expectation here is people know at least with this 2 years of working with the client, we know the things, how to deal. But we wanted to better it, the way how we are approaching. Say instead, if I look at, one driver issue at driver level, how do I need to see that as a system level approach? Instead looking only the driver, what could be the OS or the associated components, how do we, take a broader view of look, that's really we need to get that level of skill so that any of this like USDBs or slowness, whatever these that would help us going through all these issues. Yeah, looking forward, Kiran.
Yeah, same here, Vinayak.
Yeah.
Okay. So for those of you who have not met before, I'm Kiran. I've been a developer for the last 25 years now. And I must say I've been lucky enough to work on the kind of projects I've been working on, mostly in real-time control and industrial automation, 3D games, insurance, and so on. Someday you get, okay, enough is enough, and you go on your own. That's what I did 15 years ago, and I'm into training space from them. So it's nice to meet some people whom we have already interacted maybe 2-3 years ago. Nice to meet you all again. So let's start. Okay. So how many of you are familiar with Windows architecture? Don't expect that I'll run through slides. I may not do that at all, but definitely I'll just give you a whole idea of what we are going to do. Has everybody gone through the content that we covered?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So basically we are looking at Windows architecture, then how the hardware and software combination compatibility issues, what can come in, and where we hit a dead end and what to do next, and things like that. It can come across multiple areas. So we look at that. Then we look at pure hardware compatibility and the issues that come up with it. Then we look at specifically what are the areas in the operating system which can cause issues to us. Then we look at how the Windows device manager can be a culprit on its own. Then what do we do with the failure data, and how do we try to come to the source of it, and how we can avoid it. And that's one thing. And we look at how to use this tools like process monitor and WinDBG and system monitor and other tools which are there. All right. Yeah. So before we get into all these topics which are very heavy and deep, what I would like to understand from you is what is it that you understand about Windows architecture as such? There's nothing called right or wrong here, but just go ahead and say whatever you think you know. I would like it to be as interactive as possible. So whatever you have understood from your perspective, please go ahead and tell it. You can just volunteer. There's no need. Yeah.
Actually,
Please go ahead,
kernel
sir.
forms the heart of the operating system. So we have user kernel and system kernel in Windows operating system, and it forms the it has the basic all the it's a DLL which contains all the OS related configuration.
Okay. You mean the kernel contains all the OS related configuration? Is that what you said, Abraham?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. What else? Anybody else? Everybody free to talk.
Yeah, so OS architecture is divided into two parts, like one is user mode and considered as a kernel mode. So
Yeah.
in user mode, we run the third-party applications. What it execute, it runs in the user mode part, and the OS runs in the kernel mode part. So in the kernel part, it takes up around activities such as memory manager, input devices, interaction networks over there. So to interact between the user mode and kernel mode, there should be some communicator which is called as ntdll.dll, which is connectivity between user mode and the kernel mode.
Mm-hmm.
So
don't worry, with the child it's all right. Go for it. It's okay. Yes.
Just to add one more point, so kernel forms as a bridge between the hardware and software. So for any software to communicate with the hardware, like operating system forms the bridge.
Okay, let me just create a whiteboard kind of a thing here because I don't want to experiment with the whiteboard feature of webex. But just tell me, I think this should be good enough. You're able to see my slide right now, just a plain white slide. You are able to see my screen?
Yes. Yes, good.
Yeah, sure. Let me just insert some shapes. So what you are basically saying is that the kernel is somewhere here. All right. Then you have something like the user which is on top of it. Okay. And what's the bridge you said?
I said the OS is the bridge between the hardware and software. Like if a software has to communicate with the hardware, an OS from the
software. This is hardware, and then you have the OS. Is this right? Is this picture right according to you? I mean, from what you said.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds good. Okay, so this is fine. So now, what does this operating system actually contain? Let's just draw that. Yeah. How do we break down this OS now?
Kernel and system kernel.
Okay. Kernel. Kernel and user, is it?
Yes.
Okay. So who does what in this? Okay. Who does what now?
I think any user interface is done by the user kernel, and any hardware related change, if it has to be done, it has to be passed from user to system kernel.
Let me write hardware below. All right. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At a very high level, this is right, but there are a lot of things in between. There's also one more component which we'll add, which is called as the GDI. Okay. This GDI basically means the one which takes care of the display, or the graphic device interface.
Sorry to disturb. Am I audible? Kiran, your voice is not clear.
It's not clear. Is it better now?
Now it's
ನೀವು ಯಾವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವಿರೋ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಲೈನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿರಿ. The person you are speaking with has put your call on hold. Please stay on the line.
Has anybody joined with the phone? Hello?
Hey, Gava, is that you? Mute yourself.
Yes.
No, it's not me.
Yeah, Satish, I was not able to join, so I joined through phone.
Okay.
No, it said it put me on hold, so I was wondering, I'm not on the phone, why would I be on hold?
No, I was trying to reach him. I think it was my call put on hold. Okay, that's fine.
Anyway, but now it's all good, everybody can hear? All right.
Yes, Kiran, we can hear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Huh?
Yeah, thank
I just
you.
closed my window.
Much better.
Yeah, but I just closed my windows and doors also. So that's what helped, I think, maybe. Anyway, coming back to this. There's this thing called GDI, which is the only component allowed to directly interact with the hardware. Are you aware of that? That's the only one which can interact with the video hardware directly. All right. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'll just move these arrows to the side so that it doesn't interfere with the other things we do. But then there are hundreds of components within Windows itself. Okay. It's not just one thing it has to do. It has to do thousands of things. So out of that, it is very modular basically. So let's put some of the most useful ones. We say Windows is a client server based operating system, right? So let's put those small parts here. The first component you will actually look at are subsystem servers. This is one of the component of the OS itself, Windows OS. All right. Why would you need this? For all the Win32 or user32 or whatever mode you take for applications to run, they'll have to interact with one of the subsystem servers. Right? For example, you have .NET. Okay. What does it run in? Does it run in Win32? What mode does it run in? Anybody? Developers? So here we'll call user or application. All right, we'll keep it like this. So you have subsystem servers, then you have hundreds of DLLs, and then you have system services, and then you have login, this also is an important subsystem. Then you have your DLL server, system services done. Then you have something called critical services. I don't know if you've come across this. It's like a no regret price. Windows cannot run without it. Then you have your user32. To track back any application, it'll either go to a user32 or a kernel32 lib, which is what you mentioned some time ago. These are all DLLs and the GDI32.dll. All right. Now we have a special guy in between who is called as NTDLL or the runtime lib. So This will be a broad architecture of Windows from the user mode perspective. All right. Now let's see what comes into the kernel mode. The kernel mode, first thing you'll have your traps. We'll see what this traps interface is in a little bit. And then you have the security reference manager. Sec-ref-man. This is one thing. Then you have another component called the IO manager. These are the major ones. I'm writing the major ones, only not the subsystems also. IO manager. Then you have the memory manager. Then you have your process and threads. So, then you have your network devices, protocols, and interface. Write a device driver somewhere here. Let's push this guy somewhere else. Yes, I think it's a good place to keep him. Okay. Device drivers done. Then you have your file systems. Once you got file system in place, then you have schedulers. Then you have one more major thing, which is called as your sync. Synchronization. Then we have one major component called as a configuration manager. It's got some very fancy names. Don't get carried away by that. We call it as object manager. Simply read this as HKey classes root. Okay. In the registration, we'll see that later. Configuration management. This is all in the registry. So there's nothing special. All right. So this is how it will look. Now does it look very different from what you know of Windows architecture? All right. Beyond this, there's one more. There's one more layer which we need to add to this. I'll just move this. Actually, we'll call this as hardware. Abstraction layer. Okay. Yes. Take a little time and go. Just try to sink in this one. Meanwhile, I'll try to make them readable by reducing the font size. These are the various components of your Windows operating system by the mode, that is your user mode as well as kernel mode. Take your time, go through this and just ask any questions that you might have. Hello?
What is the object manager and configuration manager?
Okay, that's nothing but your Windows system registry.
Okay.
You have a HKey classes root and you have a HKey current control set. There's a key called control, right?
Yeah.
Which contains all your startup configuration, run ones, and what are the services to be loaded, if there are delayed load or if there are, log on load, all these things you have, right? So all that configuration is there. Just one sec. Let me share my entire desktop here. This thing is really getting unnerving. One second. Share my desktop. Okay. Is my Windows screen visible to you in the browser?
Yeah, Kiran, it's visible.
Yeah. So this is your object configuration manager or whatever we saw last time. This is all the objects here you see here. Extensions of the files. All these are the objects, right? For example, you want to create a object instance at runtime from your C# code or C++ code. You can simply call it by the name. You can say create object of the type BDA tuner .isd BSL locator whatever. Or you want to create a calculator or whatever word, you can call from here. Every object is stored here. All right. This is your object configuration manager. It's nothing but Windows registry. You have this HK. This is root. Then you have HKLM, software, Microsoft, Windows. Yeah, you see this? Current version. Everything here. Everything about your Windows is stored here. All the settings. These are nothing but your. Okay, sorry. Access denied. No problem. But this is your object management or your configuration management of Windows. Registry is the core of it. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in your experience, whatever you have seen or whatever issues that you have faced, I'd like to hear from you. What is the most common resolution you found? Hello?
Yeah, correct. So here, like if there are some BSARs, when we do the BSAT analysis, we get to know what's the driver file. If the processor, by looking the processor module name, you get to know, if they are pointing any direct driver, say it's a Wi-Fi or graphics or so just the resolution by looking them, it just get the updated driver and see how it improves. So that's just one thing in terms of the BSAT analysis. But there are a few cases like we get some kernel module where it doesn't point anything specific. Like it doesn't point any this driver or that driver, but it generally it would say it's a NT module or NT kernel module or something like that. So yeah, those are the cases. We are kind of stuck, and sometime it generally says memory compression issue, or if you look at the bug check code, it would generally say it's issue with the hardware memory issues, but it doesn't say which driver, the one which has caused an issue.
Correct.
Right.
And it does, a lot of times it does not even tell you what exactly caused the issue either.
Right. So those are the cases. It's little tricky for us to diagnose further. The only the source we have is dump file. The dump file says something generic term which we couldn't lead to what's the specific area. Yeah, so in those areas probably we need to understand how do we want to take it further.
Right. So before that we have to understand a lot of things here. Okay.
Right.
So for example, what are the chance that you have written a program, okay, and it is working fine, but then all of a sudden something goes wrong at runtime? What do you think could be the most common reason for that? I'm sure all developers agree it's working perfectly fine on my machine, but I don't know why it's not working on customer machine. How many of you have gone through this phase or are going through this situation?
Yes, actually, like it might work in test machine, but not in production machine.
Yeah. So what do you think could be the cause of that?
Difference is the operating system and the configuration on the production machine might be different.
Okay, let's say for the benefit of doubt, okay, all it's an exact replica of the test machine only.
Okay.
In that case, what happens?
Probably access related issues.
No, it's exact configuration, no change. Exactly the same. There's no change, no matter what it is.
So there might be some other processes running in the background which is halting this.
Okay. Okay, now let's go back to the test machine. You run it, it perfectly runs, and all your testing, QA, everything goes through. Alright? But the minute it enters the customer site or the target machine, it just stops running.
It might not.
When the configuration is exactly the same. It's the same. Exactly same. There's no problem.
Actually,
It's a production machine, right?
Yeah, production machine. There would be some other application which is having a conflict.
Okay.
Actually, I've seen a scenario of DLL hell, like where you have a low version of DLL, and actually one application requires one very particular version of DLL, and the other application requires different version of DLL. That is known as DLL hell. So something like that.
Or it could be also two versions of the same DLL on the same machine. And that can also cause enough nightmares.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody said they're imaging the operating system, right? Some time ago. So, even let's say that he is the only person responsible for it, and he has imaged it exactly the same. So there's no conflict from your DLL also. Let's say that's also resolved. You're clear that it's no problem. Then what?
Probably GPUs, because test scenarios will be having different GPUs applied, and production machines will be having different set of GPUs getting applied based on
Okay.
level things. So that might
All
be
right.
stopping this one to run.
Okay, fair enough. But now let's make that also easier. Same hardware, exactly identical, replicated hardware, OS, everything is the same.
User configuration might be different. If the hardware is same, then the user configuration might be different for each user. So that can also cause a conflict.
Okay, that also is same, let us say. Well, there's no problem there also. Then what?
Physical
Let's say
hardware.
one person is responsible for keeping the machines intact. Okay, he is responsible for everything. Now he has given everything properly the way you want it. All right. So there is no change in the OS, exact image onto the target. Okay. There is no problem with the hardware also, like you said, GPU or whatever else. There also there's no problem, and everything is exactly the same. But still it fails. This we have seen, right, a lot of times. I'm sure you must have faced this. The same image is being used everywhere. Have you been through this? I'm sure you must have gone through this. You said hardware, software, all that is fine. Anything else can you think of? Why it can go wrong?
So I guess like in Windows operating system, NTDL uses shared DLL process.
Okay.
For example, like if we are running some 2-3 application, and all the 3 applications uses a NTDLL. So if one application is running at the time, it uses NTDLL, and if the second application comes in, it uses a shared NTDLL. So the previous NTDLL, if it doesn't complete its work and doesn't respond to the second application, so sometimes crashes or doesn't support to the second application. So issue may occur at
Now,
that time.
okay, let's get this out. Okay, you said NTDLL, right?
Yes.
You're saying in a shared mode. This by thumb rule always shared. It's called an in-process server. Okay, what is an in-process server? Any idea? Anybody has an idea what's an in-process server? Sure. Let me go for it and tell you. This is, let's say, app server, right? Simple application server. We'll call this an EXE. How do applications connect to this normally? They connect one-to-one, right? Okay. When I say they connect one-to-one, what am I trying to tell you is a very simple thing, that this is a standalone program. Overlap it here. Standalone program can be seen in the OS running, RUNNING, running in the task manager. Do you ever see NTDL in the task manager? Let's go there and check. Where's my browser? Oh, here it is. What I mean by that is, see, these are all services which are visible, right? They're all EXEs, correct, right? We can see them here. We can see them running here. Correct, no?
Yes, yes.
Let us do something else. So not task list. Okay. Do you see this service anywhere? I'll pull out some names. You tell me if you see them running anywhere. Do you see this anywhere? These names, do you see anywhere? Let's go back and see that. The only thing probably you might see is this one, service host. You see this? Yes. Does it tell you what service is running underneath it? Can we tell from this service host what is running here? You don't know if how many processes are running underneath, right? LM host. The process ID says, where is it? 1088, correct? From here, can you make out which one is the one which is being run? Can we? Okay, it shows here. But is that right? Okay, let's take the previous one, that is 852. Details. Process ID 852. Go to services. Okay, see. It shows background infrastructure, DCOM launch. Okay, next I have plug and play. Yeah, here's plug and play. Then we have power. Where's power? Okay, there's power here. And system events broker. But technically, tell me, can multiple process IDs have the same ID? Can multiple processes have the same ID like this one? Is it possible?
I think process ID should be unique.
Correct, no? But here is it not defeating that purpose?
I think a single service can have multiple EXE running or something.
Correct, that's fine. Single service can have multiple access, perfect. But can the PID be the same? Can the process IDs be the same?
A process ID can't be the same.
Yeah, but here we are seeing it, right? That's being defeated, no? Correct, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them running the same process ID. 3 more running the same process ID here. This defeats the whole thing we have learned, right? Very early they'll tell us that process ID should not be same. But here it goes. This is a very important service in Windows, which is called as a service host. All right. Now the service host is called as a surrogate server. Let me go back and put it down so remember it. Task manager. Okay. Now here what is happening? If it's an exe file, I can connect, right? But what happens if I get a service in the form of a DLL? How do you run a DLL as a service? Have you ever thought of it? Anybody? Okay. Now all these things which are running as the same process ID, right? In this thing like we just saw now, these are all DLLs. These are called as services. Service as a DLL. That is why if you notice, what is the actual process ID? That is SVC host, correct? Which is 852. Perfect. These are all running as a part of that. Is this clear? Is this clear, guys? This is the solution to that, running DLL as a service. Now here what happens is, this is just a TCP over a network connection. But in case of this in-process server, what happens is, let's say I have my program here. I'm program called 1-to-1. This also is 1-to-1. But look at one key difference here. What's happening in this case is, this DLL, right, will attach itself to the caller, that is client. So you will find a different idea of this server running now. In this case, let me call this a server. It becomes a part of this program. Call this as in-process server. So your NTDLL also runs like this. Whoever is calling the NTDLL will get a copy of that. So this is client 1, which has got a copy of NTDLL. It's on its own. Nobody is going to disturb it. Now, like you said, second program calls it. Okay, fantastic. We'll call the second program also. Do as many as you want, doesn't matter. Now, in this case, these clients are attached to this server, correct, no? Whether the clients connect to it or not doesn't matter. Agreed? This will continue to run. In an in-process server, this server itself, in this case NTDLL, let's call NTDLL. This will have its own NTDL copy, which is not disturbing this, which is not disturbing this either. Is that clear? Any questions on this? Hello? Any questions on this, guys?
Can you repeat once again? Actually, we got something. Can you repeat same once again?
Sure, sure. See, if you take a standard EXE service, right? Every service that you connect to, like a, let's say SQL server or something like that, you'll have to run it separately first, right? It is running as an independent process in the OS, correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you can connect from multiple clients to it, from machine 1, machine 2, or application 1, application 2. Each of them is connecting on a network or some kind of a connection mechanism. But this management of clients is done at the service level, correct? So now SQL Server will know how many connections are open to it. So it will manage it by itself. But in case of an NTDLL kind of a thing where it is running as a service, a copy of the service that DLL itself is passed on to the client. So now the client is not connecting to anywhere else, but this NTDLL is a part of his memory space. It is attaching itself into the memory. So this connection can never disturb the next object of this NTDLL, which is held by client 2 or client 3 and so on. So once this client 1 is finished, this is destroyed and released. This NTDLL is still here with this client 2 and client 3. In this case, the app server goes, if it crashes, all connections are broken. In this case, that will not happen. Only that connection or that client which has got an issue or crash will crash. The others will continue to function.
Yeah.
So this is called an in-process server. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. If there is any issue with this NTDLL, then it will disturb to all the functions, correct? All the IP.
No. Let's say this program 2 has a problem within itself, okay, and it has crashed.
Okay.
This is dead. This doesn't exist anymore. Let me just cut it out so it's gone out of our mind.
Okay. Remaining two. Okay.
These two will run any which way.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Now in this case, if you take away this, what happens to the client? They're hanging in the air, right?
Yes.
But in this case, if this client goes,
only yeah.
1 and 3 will run, 2 will anyway go, it's gone.
Yeah.
So this mode, this second part of this 1, 2, 7, this IP which is written here is called as an in-process server. This is called as an out-of-process server.
Okay.
And since a DLL cannot run standalone like an EXE, we use this SVC host is used to launch a DLL as a service. This is also called as a surrogate process.
It's clear. Yeah.
Okay.
One question. So normally app server can handle multiple clients, right? So here
Yes, app server can handle multiple clients.
yeah. So normally the architecture is that one, right? Normally we have a app server which will be EXE rather than a DLL.
Correct. But the problem is if the app server or DXE dies, what happens to the client?
Yeah, in that case it will impact the client.
Yes.
In this case, with the DLL which is shared, it will utilize more memory. I think.
No. Why will it use
Because
more
it is
memory? In this case, now look at it. In this app server case, I have to manage the connections. I have to manage the memory, right? In this case, once I'm attached to the client is taking care of my memory, no? See, if you're if you're having 10 copies of 1 KB each, you will use up 10 KB of RAM. There's no doubt about that. But in this case, if I get 10 connections, it could be 10 MB also, right?
Okay.
I mean, nothing can be done around that. That memory is used either on the client side or the server. Somebody has to pay the price. But the point is, if the server goes down and all clients are just left in lurch, nobody gets anything. You have to wait for the server to start up. In this case, it can continue to function, correct?
Yes, yes.
The others will not suffer. Only one will suffer.
Okay, so second one is decentralized one. Other one is first one is centralized.
Centralized, correct. The idea is that Windows runs everything in a separate virtual machine, right? Each program runs in its own virtual memory. So it assumes that it owns the entire machine. But actually Windows is giving a copy of a CPU, memory and storage to it and saying, okay, this is your copy, do whatever you want here. When you stop running, you can close yourself. That's what it means.
Yeah.
So this out of process and in process server is clear. Next time if you ever see a DLL given to you to be run as a service, first thing you go do is once it is launched, check this SEC host. It should come against this. There will be many more SEC hosts like this. See, all of them are running separate services. All of them are running separate services. So you will see find so many of them here.
Okay. Yeah.
All these are Windows services. Yeah,
Correct.
yes,
Correct.
please.
Yeah. One quick. It's a regular issue. What we are getting here. If you see Teams is the one of the application, correct? In the system on a OS, Windows OS 10, everything will work beautifully, but only either Teams perform very slow. How we can troubleshoot that type of thing? Okay, is it only application side problem or like a OS level problem?
It could be also a new update given by Teams which can cause that problem.
Yes, okay. We need to give justification to user, correct? Is it not how to find that? Okay, this is not at all related to a OS related problem. Something like application. Yeah, Teams people should work on that because no, this we are getting these type of tickets. Like in a Windows, we need to give a justification that boss this Teams slowness or hanging thing is not related to OS. Otherwise, it is related to OS. Then how to find it?
For that, no, you need to have you need to profile the app before and after an update.
Means any services as per this. As per this, actually, you were saying there will be different memory allocation. A virtual allocation will be to that particular application. Can we see anything? Okay, how much of memory are virtually allocated to Teams or any particular application, Windows, Word, or somehow?
You can see here there is something called performance. Yeah, here you have memory.
There we can see RAM capacity. Yeah, in a processor also we can see that.
Yeah, you can open this resource monitor.
Processors. Yeah, we can go processors.
You can go to memory. Yeah, here you can see here. But the point is, you'll not be able to tell for sure that this is the only, this is the exact reason. The reason is, you don't know how much Teams was using before it got updated or something happened, right? So that's what I'm saying. Before, yeah, it depends on what they are doing also. If they're doing a long call which is being recorded, definitely will take more time, right? See, these are all things which are not in your control. Something could be like an intermittent state, like suddenly there's a rush of everybody sharing a video. Or somebody is just trying to upload a large file. It could be a spike. You never know. That's why what you have to do is, when you install the base image of your OS with the required applications, right, profile them and store it somewhere, just for record. For example, in this case, Task Manager is using, see here it shows now how much is it using there. You can see here. Working set, hardware faults, reason input, shareable, working set, like how many more columns are there? Columns. Yeah, it's max it can do. That's it. So like this you can make out how much it is using, but that's all. But you need to have some benchmark to say that this is using so much, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So
mostly
without that it's difficult to say that. See, these are the major shared resources: CPU, memory, this one, and network. That's all. So there's really nothing much you can do it other than if you have something like a process monitor, which is looking at, let's say file, like that. There's one more you can add here. Okay, that's another tool. No issue. You can also do this unless there is change. So when you see, for example, it's waiting for something to happen. You don't know if that port is closed or it's flashing. But the point is the first base or the golden image, whatever you call it, that you need to profile and key and say how much is the average resource used by each of these applications.
Okay. Yeah,
if you have that as some benchmark, then you can find out, okay, this was updated on this day. After this update, things are slowing down. Hey, wait a minute. Fine. After the update, you can anyway do a profiling, right? So once you do the profile, you can always go back and say, okay, this is not supposed to use this much. It is using this much. So the update could be a culprit. You can go and uninstall that update. if it is showing up in your Arduino programs here.
So, but this we can compare with the other good system, right? Where the user doesn't have an issue of another device, we can always see because this.
You can always do that, correct?
Yeah. So that way we'll be able to see whether this is taking high memory and all. So what's the next step once that is identified?
I told you the only resolution is possible is to see a lot of times. No, see earlier when we are, I was also asking you, right? What do you think could be the problem? You said everything except one thing: developer mistake, right? None of you mentioned developer fault.
Yeah, because that is there, but in a event logs also we are not able to find some of for if Teams means they are using for chatting, calling, and all those stuff. If people say that frequent disconnection of calls or slowness, for that if we get some of the event IDs to find it, okay, this is okay, then it will be useful if we cover here.
1 second. Let's look at that also.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the max info you can pull out of this? Let's look at it very practically. Let's take the application log. Whenever it loads, okay. What's the max we can find out from here?
It would say which application it got crashed at max, Teams or whatever.
So how will that help you resolve anything?
Yeah, most of the time these event viewers are just very, very high level.
Yeah.
Sometime, if you go to those details, it would point if there are any.
Okay, let's take this random error. I don't know what that is. It is very obvious. License acquisition failure. Okay, let's take
Look for event 1000 that shows application crashes.
Sorry?
Look for event 1000, event ID 1000. So that will be for application crashes that it puts. Maybe we can filter.
Filter current log, yeah. On the right side actions we see, right? Filter. Yeah.
Event logs, event sources. Where's the ID?
Yeah. Just put 1000 and then enter.
This is a good machine. It's not troubling us so much. Wait, let's clear it out. Don't worry about that. I just went by the severity called error, so that's all right. So now that's okay. Let's take some random errors. Most of it saying all licensing only. So I can live with it. So let's take this warning. Okay. What can you make sense of this? Even I don't know, I'm saying it the first time. What do you think could be the error here? It says catalog database. The database format feature 9080 could not be used due to current format being 1568. The 20.0 controlled by parameter, whatever that is. Now, where will you look for this?
Google.
Okay, without Google. Jet is used by Microsoft database. No, just look at this.
0x4100. Yeah, 0x410022D8. We can take that as we can search on that particular item.
Fair enough, you can do that if there is no other information. But Jet database I know is used by Microsoft for handling Microsoft Access database. I straight away know that. Because I know it, and see, it's saying that it is not allowing you to have higher things. Alright? So it's basically saying it's a version mismatch. The point is, this Jet, I know that it is a Microsoft Jet database driver. It's as simple as that. I know that. The point is, every time you cannot expect that, right? Let's take the security issue now. Okay. Yes. There's some my office application event, but that's too cryptic. Can't really make out much. It's got to do with something like this security, as in it's saying volume activation pattern. Again, we know that VL means volume licensing, right? So these are very obvious ones. But the point is, if you look at some of these things. I mean, here, sorry, everything is showing only this one, but we can take some of them and see later. See? Side by side. Okay, this is an interesting video. Okay. Okay. If you are seeing this for the first time, what's your first reaction to this? I'm sure you'll look for SXS trace.exe for detailed diagnosis, correct? We'll simply follow this because that's what it is saying, isn't it?
Correct.
But look at this. What exactly is the issue here? It's saying that this internal switch, whatever ARM architecture, signature check, okay, does not have, is having some dependency failure on this. Okay, fair enough. Even data, okay. It's very cryptic. I mean, it's not very, I mean, your friendly view is not very thin. But one thing this gives me a clue is when you say side by side, right? It is trying to install multiple versions of the same assembly. As in this probably looks like it's been made in .NET, all right? So it's trying to install multiple dependencies. So where do I go for .NET? Let's go to command prompt. Started or no? Yeah, here it is. I know that, because I'm a developer, I can tell you this. cd/cd windows/assembly. Now here, what is the path it gives? Common controls. So let us see. Microsoft.windows.
Framework.
I have to find in this. So it's trying to install a second copy of the existing DL. That's what it's trying to tell us. All right. Now the problem with this Windows Explorer, when I go to that assembly folder, is you will see it yourself. It will show in a very different UI. Now where am I going to search for this? So somewhere it is trying to install here. So in this case, is this a false positive or is it acceptable to live with it? Do you think this is a serious issue for us at this point? No, right? At least to me, it doesn't look like a very serious issue.
No.
Yeah. So we can actually go and run that. Let's go to that cd/source. Sorry. This
AMR
intern
ARM 64.
ARM 64. A lot of times, I'll tell you what, our issues are shown here only. It's simply saying that you're trying to run it for ARM 64 processor when it is supposed to be for x86. So case closed, right? Right, let's look at some hardware events similarly. Hopefully there's something. No? No, there's nothing here. Okay. You can see here itself. There's something called PowerShell. Okay, what happened to PowerShell? Oh, no error. Good.
Good.
Here. This should be interesting. Yeah. Why? This title has a network conflict, right?
Yeah, did not allow the name.
Either that is there or your, what do you call it? Machine name resolution has failed for some reason. It just, or maybe somebody else has taken this IP in the, what do you call, by the DHCP when it came up. So some of these errors are recoverable, all right? And another thing, I think this will be a repeat error again. Yes. It's just a repeat error. So it's trying to get a address which is not happening. Here's something called Windows Update Client. Okay. Security intelligence update for Microsoft Defender antivirus. Okay, we can live with it. This is not such a serious thing, right? again. Yes, due it is upfront a security issue. You'll have to find that. It'll be funny. I mean, it'll be okay. How do you find this one? Which application do you think is this?
Registry.
Sorry?
Registry it will be. That is a
Exactly. Exactly. You search for that and then go find out in BCom config, I think. That's where it'll have it. DCOM, yes, that's the one. CNFG. Here I have to find out that, wherever that is. And show a list of components here. I have to find out where that component is and change the permissions for it. Let's take something randomly here. Properties. Here there is something called security. We have to give those permissions. This is the only way you can resolve it, right? But again, like I told you, a lot of times, please keep in mind that an update which has broken your system or changed your permissions or modified the performance, it's not always a fault with the OS or the hardware. Just remember this. Here, user means developers. One. This law never forget. There is always I will prove this to you in a little while, okay, with the practical experience I just had 2 days ago. There is always an untested bug, okay. Error handling is taken for granted. This is something we have to take into factors while arriving to a conclusion. Point number 3. Management programming. Assumptions are made that used memory is auto-cleared when program exits. True, but at its own time. When the global garbage collector process decides to do it. How many times have you just said, why don't you restart the machine and tell me if the performance increases, and like magically it works? Do you agree or not? Any
Yes.
.NET, any .NET developers in this room? Some of you said you're doing development with .NET, right? Or any programming? How many of you have actually cleaned up your object? For example, if I say set obj new is equal to, this is a fictitious code which is trying to explain something. Create object, my object. Okay. How many of you actually do this? Nothing. Or another way of doing it is ops new dot delete. How many of you have actually done this code? This I will tell you 99 times, okay? 99 times is not done. It's assumed that it will happen automatically. How many of us are guilty, including me? I am guilty of that. I expect it to take it to clean up automatically. We only do the first line, right? 99 times we just do that and forget the cleanup. We assume it will happen. Yes, it will happen. But again, at its own time. Because OS has got better things to clean up, to do than clean up our mess, correct, no? Agreed? So other than your software and hardware, this also is a factor to remember. All right. Next, major areas. You get quite a messy slide. It's okay. Let's write a simple operating system here, small one. Okay. What is happening to this always? We're getting patches. Then we are getting updates. We are getting upgrades. Now, unfortunately for us, let's come to the apps section. App 1, some app 2, some app 3, some app 4, some app 5. OS, patch came, all good, everything worked perfectly fine. Let's put a small circle that says success. First patch worked. We'll repeat for all of this. Update came, this thing failed. Small explaining. Let's put this as failure. This failed. This failed. And this also failed. 1, 3, 5 failed. How do you diagnose this now? Can you tell me? What will be your analysis of this? Copy. Let's paste it here. Patches, everything works. Okay, the first patch as in operating system patch, we'll call like those knowledge bases that Microsoft calls, right? So we'll put them here. Everything worked perfectly fine here. But only in case of the first update, it failed. These applications failed. Now whom will you blame? Yeah, let's talk about this situation.
No idea.
Okay, now let's make it even more complex. Machine.
You mean installation failure or
No, application was working fine till the KB was installed. Once the first update came, like Microsoft gives now one major update, or one minor update in between, like a big, like a service pack, then these applications fail. Application 1, 2, 3 fail. Now let's look at the machine. Machine is not changed. We'll write machine is a constant, and let me put that. We'll all agree that K is a constant, so machine also will keep it as a constant. Nothing has changed. This is same throughout this patch, update and upgrade. Now the upgrade came. Okay, now let's look at one more thing. We'll have something called as a unpredictable behavior. Who is doing this? And then you have the next one, which is application 4 also unpredictably. Now it's not working. Now where do you look for it? This is the constant throughout. Let's remove 4, let's keep it 2 only, yes. Second application is unpredictable in its behavior. It crashes, sometimes it works, sometimes it fails. We don't know. What do you do in this case?
It's look like the compatibility issues.
Okay. So how can you solve it as an IT person? Tell me.
actually we look for the error, like when we are some logs. And,
there's no log written, there is no event log, nothing is available. Application starts and just vanishes. After 2-3 times of crashing and restarting, and it somehow works for 10 minutes. Then it hangs. It doesn't crash, it hangs. After 10 minutes, it will respond. This has happened, right? We have seen sluggish performance, no? Where it's unpredictable. I'm sure you must have had tickets where people say it's not working at all. You just go sit next to it, it starts working. It has happened, right? You've been in such situations where the user keeps complaining it's not working, and once you visit the PC physically, it starts working on its own like magic. It has happened. At least for me, it has happened quite a lot of times. Yeah, so how do you resolve these, I think, because ultimately we are answerable to them. So how do you justify this kind of behavior?
Fall back to the previous working field. That is one option.
Okay, fair enough. Let's revert it to the last known restore point. Okay, then it works fine. So in this case, from the upgrade, you are reverting back here where 2 was working fine, but this 1, 3, and 5 failed. Then what?
Take support from Microsoft itself, like because their patch only has cost issue. Or
Yeah, but do you think Microsoft will actually respond to you about your application not working because of their patch? What are the chances that they will answer your question correctly? Or they don't bother responding?
Yeah, they should
Sorry?
because we should look for the third-party application vendor.
So whom are you prefer? How do you think? I mean, do you really think they will be able to test all the applications against their patches?
No.
And whose owners it is? It is ours. Even for us, it is impossible, no, to test every application in our environment against a particular patch. Have you heard of customers still using Windows 7 Service Pack 1 for a long time? They're still using it when Windows 11 is almost, is out. Because they have IT teams which can certify each patch, let's say, compatible with all kinds of applications. There's a team just doing that. Each new KB released by Microsoft, whenever Windows update says it's available, they will take that patch, analyze it with impact on all the applications locally, and then they will operate the patch to be installed. So the point here I'm trying to tell you is that a lot of times Microsoft is very notorious for eliminating APIs. So let's just put that here. Look at the possible clauses or possible causes of failure. I hate using this word, but and we'll just use legacy apps as in apps written for 5 versions of Windows in the past. Let's say XP, for example. It was targeted XP, then somehow it ran on Vista because Microsoft still decided to be compatible. Then it probably worked till 7, Windows Vista 7, and that's it. 8.1 plus app stops. Done. How can you resolve this? Can you please tell me?
actually, for app migration, we do like if you want to move app migration from Windows 7 to Windows 8 or something like that, first we do the compatibility check for all the application. Then we used to package it and deploy to. Then only we
Are
used
you
to.
using Admin Studio to do that? Or application
Yes.
compatibility?
Yeah, there are multiple. Like we have used Admin Studio, App DNA, similar tools.
Okay. But that's the best bet, right? In that case, okay, let's say you still go ahead and install it. Because sometimes these tools will only warn you that outdated API, and chances that you reach out the developer for an updated version is not possible. In those cases, you'll simply go ahead and deploy it any which way with a footnote saying might not work. Correct? That's the
Yes,
best you
like
can do.
actually there were some scenarios where we had that issue. Then we went like we were able to contact the vendor, so we told the vendor and they sorted out and they gave the updated version of the software.
Fair enough. That is because your customer gave you that access to the vendor, correct? Try telling her to WinZip or 7-Zip or some other commercial product. What are the chances that they will update it for you?
Not everybody has to.
See, one thing, remember, the larger user base the product has got, the lesser the chances of people hearing you and fixing them. You know what I'm saying, right? For example, in Admin Studio, if there's a bug, you raise it in this version, what are the chances they will even respond to it? They might send a thank you mail saying thank you for it, we'll investigate, period. You never know when you'll hear it again, right? Take Microsoft also, say, okay, your MS Office Word is crashing on a Intel Itanium machine with the latest processor. So say, okay, thank you for the feedback. Does anything happen after that? Maybe yes, maybe no, but chances of no are I will go towards that, because out of 10 times you contact them, maybe 4-5 times they might respond to you.
Actually, in real time scenario, like we put this ownership to the, like we'll tell to the customer itself, like there is an issue, and they would have some like they would have connection with the vendors, and they would have got some they would have spent some money for the support as well. So in that case, like we used to put this responsibility to the customer with the technical justification, and they used to get sorted out for us, because we were not used like in real time, we were not directly interacting with the vendor.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Your vendor, I mean, the vendor you're talking about has to go through your customer, not to you directly, right? Unless your customer says, please talk to Abraham Matthew for this particular issue, he will be your coordinator. Till then, nothing will come to you, correct?
Yeah.
So, we basically hit a dead end there. I'm just telling you the possible causes of issues that might come. This is one part. Another part also could be that a driver update eliminated an existing API. As in, change the signature or data. For example, let's say in the first version, I'm calling this get driver details. I'll be passing maybe a pointer to a driver structure. And I have something called as a driver info. This has simply got changed to one more thing. Get driver details. Pass. In this case, what you can do? This API is the same. Okay. Only thing is of two parameters, they are passing one parameter. And in the new DLL, they have removed the first version. New DLL has the new signature, not the old one. Then what do you do? In this case, whom will you catch? Or where will you point it to? First answer will be, I will go to the developer straight away who is working on the device driver and tell him, listen man, the signature has changed. This is what you are doing in your code, so change it. Correct? Are you able to understand this point B?
Yeah,
hello?
to some extent, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, today as a developer, I was given one DLL that's called as, let's call it as new driver info. Driver.dll. This is my first DLL. Me as a developer is used. Okay. In DLL version 1, this was the signature I was supposed to interact with the driver. I am calling this function in my program to get some details about the driver. Okay. Version 2, they have made this only. They have removed this first parameter. But my program is calling this first one. Let's try this. Used in app code. So you can catch me as a developer and say, listen, I analyzed your crash term. You are calling this function, but this is the signature. Just check if that is right. So yes, fair enough. I will change this and I'll give the updated one, issue closed. But the point is, how do you decide it's a driver problem or it is a developer problem? What problem is it? See, hardware in itself cannot fail, right? There's no great intelligence into it, except a PCB which does everything. It's very fixed. Correct, no? It will have a lot of AND gates, OR gates, NAND gates, and whatever else. Nothing else it will have. So there's no way that can fail. There's no intelligence there. Everything happens about that. Agreed? So, chances that in the first one, getting an app crash and recover is possible. Right? In this case, remote. So you tell me which case will allow you to debug faster and get to a conclusion faster.
Sure.
First one? Okay. Second one, no way, right? Maybe you can, after a lot of trial and attempt, or somehow, but definitely second will take a longer time. But ultimately, what is the root cause in this case? What will you analyze this as? Some conclusion let us give to this. Here we are very clear. Fantastic. Here, what can we conclude? It'll be the same thing, right? But the impact is what? One is a recover, one is a BSOD. Correct, no? Agreed? Just think about it. These are in your control. Let's look at the next worst case, which probably is never in my control. What happened to this? Okay. Until I read it, it won't let me alone, is it? Okay. Done. Close. Update bug. How many times have you seen this thing happen? Let's look at it. Patch released. By OS manufacturer. And once this is done, what happens? An immediate update is notified to fix the previous patch bug. Do you agree with this or not? Please tell me. This, do you agree?
Yes.
How many documents have you seen on Microsoft updates that says this patch fixes an issue caused by some KB5061 released on March 23rd, 2021 because it had a memory leak issue or something or any other issue that they mentioned. Have you seen this or not? And there you are from March to June, you have been pulling out your hair trying to wonder what's wrong with this. And this news comes out or you find this patch, you install it, your issue goes away. Now what? Have you seen that situation? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Microsoft.
In that case, yeah. Now tell me, in this 3 months, that is March, April, May, June, when you've been wondering how to fix this, and there's no information available anywhere, and overnight this magic medicine comes and it fixes it. What happened to those 3 months, and what kind of justifications you could have thought of possibly in every stand-up when they ask you about that issue? There you can't blame anybody, right? You can't say it is a Microsoft issue because Microsoft has never acknowledged it. And you can't see a reason why it is failing. You would have done enough of crash dump analysis to know where nothing happens. It doesn't have anything, no event log return, no error message, nothing. It just got fixed, that's all. Right? This is one part. Another thing, let's look at hardware updates. User installed SSD drive. That is from IDE to SSD. Or every time an external drive is plugged in, machine crashes. These are also two possible cases, right? In this case, where will you investigate? Is it the driver issue or is the device issue? What is it? Or even better, upgraded RAM from 16 GB to Dream Machine 64 GB. Done. The machine starts. But an interesting observation is that 3 beeps and DSOD. Okay. Now where do you look at for this? The three different cases. One. But all of them will cause some kind of a BSOD only. There's nothing else. Yep. Where do you look for a solution on this? Is it readable or too small? Okay. Yep. Is this readable, guys? Everyone?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's take the last three. Where do you look for it?
The physical hardware fails you, like any USB or anything is connected. So it is a hardware issue.
But the thing is, on the same USB port, you connect another IDE hard disk, it works fine. Anyway, we know that that's going to be okay. Yeah, if you put a 1 terabyte hard disk, works fine. If you put a 2 terabyte hard disk, it crashes. Anything beyond that just crashes. Up to 1 terabyte only it supports. You look at the USB driver or you look at the external storage driver. What would you look at?
External storage.
Okay. So how do you conclude that, that device is supported or not supported and say that this is the reason why it is failing? See, the same USB port, I'm putting a 1 TB hard disk, it works. 512 TB works. 512 GB works. Minute I plug in the latest and greatest 5 terabyte drive, boom, it goes. Probably here you can conclude as what? Storage size not job done. So basically you can plug in multiple storage devices and check at what limit it crashes, correct? I'm sure the first thing I would have done is I would have plugged in a USB pen drive which is whatever, or maybe a USB camera and see if that works. The port is working fine, so there's no problem there. Only on a specific hard disk if it is failing, then I'll have to plug it in and check why is it failing. Alright. So if I'm doing that, maybe that's a faulty hard disk, fair enough. Then I can plug in another storage and check. It works fine. But the minute I change it anything beyond 1 terabyte, it's crashing me. I know that the storage size is not supported or relevant Driver not found. To have large size. Fair enough. This is okay. I can live with this. This is solved. Here. In this case, it can be the same thing only. Straight away you can make out. The last one. Okay, here I know the driver and storage size. Fine. This can be somehow fixed. I can call the vendor and get an updated driver telling, okay, you got a 5 TB this one, give me a driver for it. Solved. F is last one. Here what do you do in this case? Where would you look for it? Just to help you, I'll go back to that machine here. There is memory. Maybe one memory manager here. Maybe memory driver also will be there. Not this. Storage controllers, no. This is one device you can look at. So now, if you go back to your point F, what do you think could cause it? I think this is pretty straightforward, this last one. Have you ever installed a memory driver? Ever? Anybody? RAM driver? Hello?
No.
Okay. Have you even been in the situation where you put upgrade RAM and the machine starts with 3 beeps and boop, it goes off? Have you been in that situation ever? What do you think could have caused it? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So what do you think could have caused it?
Yeah, maybe the hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, maybe the system or the machine which was confined by the BIOS to support only 32 GB or something like that. So that could be the.
That is one possibility.
Yeah, then possibility or some memory incompatibility with no which unsupported frequency or something like that.
BIOS limitation, correct?
Yeah, BIOS may restrict. Yeah.
See, if it's limited by BIOS, you can go and modify the CMOS settings to support 64. It can, correct?
May not be. Yeah, sometimes some platforms may restrict to yeah some level of.
See, a lot of times your motherboard can support more RAM, but they would have put a hard stop on the BIOS itself, correct? No?
Right, right.
Yeah. So let's say that BIOS is bypassed by setting max 30 to 64 GB. Fair enough. Okay. But then it can also be a limitation of the motherboard, right?
Yes.
CPU limit while addressing. So the last but very obvious, whenever I hear three books, by experience I can tell you it is diagram or incompatible type. Let's say what can be possibly incompatible with RAM? Let's look at it. DDR1. So we have DDR4, right? DDR4 or whatever the latest. Maybe a motherboard supports only DDR2 RAM. As in up to DDR2 RAM it supports, it doesn't go beyond that. So you're trying to put a 64 GB DDR4 RAM, obviously it's not work. In these cases, chances of you getting a BSOD or even figuring out the machine will boot up itself will not happen because the post itself will fail. Power on self-test itself will fail for the machine. This specific symptom I'm talking about, okay? Or sometimes the machine might boot through also, but runtime it could fail, causing a lot of memory related issues. When you see a memory related issue, you can straight away know that the machine is slowing down. The mouse will take like 30 seconds to move when you move it now. Or applications will act haywire. They will do the vanishing act. They will go back, turn off like that.
Can your voice is very low.
Voice is good or no? So 1 second, let me just check what this audio. Hello. Am I better audible now? Can you hear me better now?
Now it is.
It's actually gone down suddenly. I can feel the volume is gone down totally. Yeah. Am I audible now? Is this much better?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, now in these cases, where do you start? And where do you stop debugging? Or where do you figure out when to stop?
Yeah, first maybe we can look into the system model. For example, some model machine, something
right.
like 8000 G2. We have to read the manual, the supported what sort of support this will have, like type of hardwares, those stuff.
Yeah.
So from there maybe we can get a clue on that. Manual. Hardware the system manual.
That's all you can do, Bhupenath. Nothing more you can do beyond that.
Yeah.
There's really nothing much you can do in these cases, right? But still there can be quite a lot of irritants because you are taken down, so you have analyzed with no output, days and days will pass, still, and each time if the error is consistent, it's a different story. Each time it's giving a new error or a new reason to crash, we can't really figure out, correct?
Yes.
So for example, I'm working on PowerPoint now. This thing suddenly vanishes. I mean, this application is gone from memory. And then each time I have to restart, the application and work on it again, those changes. You can't even remotely imagine it's got to do with RAM, right?
Yeah, definitely we cannot definitely tell what has happened. So, so I have a similar scenario or a situation. There was a system which was very sluggish, but as a platform engineer, I don't know where to start. So, yeah, sometimes the if you see the CPU CPU frequency will hot fixed to the 800 megahertz or the 400 megahertz. something
Right.
like that. So that we can notice
CPU
in
throttling
the
is
task
disabled for
manager.
that.
Yeah. So something like
Yeah.
that. And if still the system is slow, I done something. No, the power management no was corrupted. The power
Okay.
management. So
See, one of
I
the
don't
things
know,
I will
like
advise.
really, So I tried
Yeah.
because that are all very safe way to do the things. And maybe some
Correct.
BIOS settings
No,
and
I
all we can
usually
check.
look at in such. Yeah. See, one more thing I will look at before going anywhere there is this one. I don't know if you use this application called MS Config. I'll simply come here, go to advanced options, increase this to number of CPUs to max available. This will ask me to reboot, but I'll just ignore it for now. Okay. Or this power config. Power CH. But this also will not really tell you much because in your case that you said, right, you
Yeah.
have to go down to your BIOS only and enable that sleep or whatever or disable it, correct?
Right.
ACPI sleep mode you'll have to change. Is that what you did?
Uh, yeah, some configuration I forgot. I forgotten. Yeah, yes, I tried some configuration in the BIOS that has helped to
There's
come out
something
of.
called as a turbo boost, no? That should be enabled, I think.
Right, something it differs in different platforms. Yeah.
That is called, sometimes it's called as low power mode, where it will simply go off to hibernate kind of a situation where it will run at half the speed. So some CPUs call it CPU throttling. So when the system is on low activity, it will go to semi-sleep. When it is back, it is back. That switch sometimes doesn't happen very well. That's, I think Intel must have ACPI settings, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's ACPI sleep mode you must have changed. Maybe you
Yeah,
can let us
yeah. I
know
rushed
what.
out to some default and.
Okay. See, a lot of times CPUs give enough features, but this operating system will not be able to use it. No? It's not designed for that. So, but what we can do is to come out of situations like this, we can be informed as to what exactly is happening inside. Like, for example, here we wrote down, right, in this slide number 4, how the OS looks like, right? So, based on the errors that you get from your WinDB analysis or whatever, you can try to figure out where it is happening. Typically, usually it takes you about 70% success rate. And if it's really an unknown issue like this one, let me tell you one simple issue, one complicated issue I faced a couple of days ago. Can you imagine this can cause an application to crash? And you know what's the reason? And the solution also I'll tell you what we did for that. Just come here, okay? If ever you have UAC activated, if it's enabled by default, and no output device found, trust me, your applications, whenever they cause an error, okay, they will just crash. Not because your application failed, it's only because of one reason, that when the error came up, this UAC could not play the sound and it threw back the error to the person, the caller application, which actually was waiting for the event to happen. So that flow is very strange. Let me just type that for you. You really know what I'm saying. Error handling, right? In .NET, people will be very familiar with this thing called event bundling. Basically, you have a try. Catch. Okay. We'll have some code block like this. So this thing has tried to raise an error, which wanted an admin privilege. What this guy has done is, it has caught the error, and the UAC got interrupted. Try to play sound between failure. Now, can you tell me, in the wildest of the imagination, will any developer imagine that this failure has actually caused this application to crash? Can you wildly imagine that this can happen? Can anybody imagine that this can cause a crash and cause a application fault? So the simple solution for that was, first we programmatically check if this thing is existing or not. Let's close this one. And notification is good. Sounds. Yes. All you have to do is come here and disable this. No sounds. And I'm not joking. That fixed the problem. So USA came and tried to play the sound. Okay. No sounds team selected. Return success. Can you imagine that USA can cause this issue? Anybody? The application event log was getting saying application caused an unknown fault. Code is perfectly tested, line by line, no issues, it's working fine. But USC was the culprit. Can you imagine something like that? But it sounds, it got fixed. Now tell me, who is the culprit in this case? Hello?
Yeah, the developer.
What did the developer do? The code is working fine. The UAC, that is, UAC is a part of the Windows security, right? This program is trying to make changes to your system, hello, yes or no. The problem has occurred in the UAC because it tried playing the sound and there is no device found. So it went ahead and played the sounds and it crashed. Because it is trying to play on a null device. That got recorded in the application log as the code. As in, let's call this as my code. Just put some more qualifiers here. My app code is trying to do this. And UAC. Windows. Now, can you blame the developer for this? You can't, right?
Yes.
Correct, no? So that's why I'm saying error handling is also one big culprit. And at least 40% of the time is developer. Otherwise, we have these other things like, hardware and different kinds of things. We'll come to that next as we progress for the next 3 days. But you get the idea, right? Where do you start is the first point.
Kiran, one question. So normally UAC prompt comes when it is trying to make any system level change, right? So it is trying to make in normally like on Windows, like you get UAC prompt when it is trying to make any system level change.
Correct. Absolutely right.
Yeah. So here also it is trying to make
But
some.
the point is, whenever the UAC come, comes up, it comes with that warning sound, no? It plays an audio output, right?
Yeah.
Now, if that audio output device is not there, you expect it not to do anything, correct, no? Not crash the thing and say that application crashed. Do you expect that?
No.
That's what happened. After 3 days, the project manager said, what nonsense is this? How can disabling sound make my application work smoothly? Can you, I mean, who would have imagined such a thing? Basically, the problem was the application is getting installed onto C drive. Okay? So when they're installing the same application into D drive, this error was occurring. So they have tried everything. They even contacted Microsoft, right? They didn't get an answer. But trust me, when I'm telling you this, after 3 painful days, we figured out that UIC was causing the crash. So I told you, right? The simple solution is disable sounds, which works fine. It will install on any drive after that. Now, even as an install developer, I would have not imagined something like that. Correct, no? Anybody who does packaging here, can you imagine that your installer will crash because of that? No, right?
No, I feel like this is like what is it? It's not the thing is a bug from Microsoft or something. That kind of
Exactly. So the whole idea of this discussion is to know when to stop debugging. Right? That's the point. You should realize and confidently, at least 30% confident that it is not something to do with your code always or your own thing. It could be something else from which is not in your control. That's a very hard lesson you have to learn. I'm sure all of you would have gone through the drill of trying to debug something from the hardware level till the topmost user application level, correct? I'm sure everyone would have gone through that cycle in this group. But where to stop the biggest question, am I right, everyone? More than where do you start, I think you should, I don't know, please correct me if I'm wrong. More than where to start, that's also a pain point, yes, but when do you stop is the question which will probably haunt you more. Am I right? Do you agree with that statement of mine?
yeah.
I'm sure you would have also given up and gone to the vendor, but when did you decide? That is the point. When did you decide to stop and go to the vendor?
After a lot of successful failures.
By understanding the scope, like for example, if it is for an application which is like OS is not compatible, then that kind of scenarios like it doesn't come in my scope to use always. So that's when, and that's when like it was a code level change. So those kind
Right.
of things.
But there's also one more thing I would like to tell you is that when it's got frustrating enough and you hit dead ends from all directions, I think that's when you decide, okay, stop it, let's go and find out from someone else. Correct? Or even when Google fails to answer the questions, they said, okay, fine, we'll try humanly possible things and then give up. Correct, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would like to focus on is, explain to you how these architectures work. It's pretty nice to know that, but I would really be, benchmarking this whole session on one thing. You know where to start at least 70 times out of 100 times. You know when to stop. The objective for all of us to achieve, right? You all agree? Is that a good objective, everyone?
Yes, absolutely. If some problem goes out of hand,
Yeah.
so the good example is everyone thinks that once we buy a USB device, maybe USB
Yeah.
keyboard or mouse, or in fact, no, the costly headphone.
Yeah.
So it will not work.
Correct.
So it's a very complex stack. The Bluetooth stack is a very complex stack.
Yes.
And so they will tell, I bought for 10,000 rupees this handset, it is working with all, absolutely fine with all the system, only this is not working in this particular platform.
Correct.
So it's very difficult to debug
Right.
and control the
It's
people,
very
also very
difficult to
difficult.
tell them that they spent 10,000 bucks on a headphones that doesn't work.
Then it's not working.
You're right. That's one very common thing that happens.
And there is no clear definition. Once the manufacturer manufactures the device,
Yeah.
they are not testing, no, so lot of platforms are there, they cannot have the scope, no, to test in all the systems.
See, you know what they do, Guggenathan, is that they will say that this is see, nobody will say it works 100%. Okay, they'll say it is compatible with devices that have Bluetooth version 2.
Yeah, that is what. Yes, absolutely.
That itself is a trap. You don't know what is Bluetooth version 2. We don't know the features of that, right? And your device will say Bluetooth version 3. So does it mean it supports 2 or it doesn't support 2? That's also another problem.
Yeah, we don't know how, whether it's supporting downward compatibility or upward
Exactly.
compatibility.
We don't know if it's less than or equal to or less than or just exactly equal to. We don't know that.
But the device looks very fancy and nice.
Yes. It was fancier when it was before 10,000 rupees spent, but now you know have to think twice. Shall we take a small break, about 10 minutes? Yeah. So in the meanwhile, I'll just restart my PC. Okay. And hopefully the volume gets better when I come back. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just rejoin in this 10 minutes. I'll just restart once and I'll
Actually,
rejoin.
right now it is better.
But the problem I'm facing is I have to put my ear really to the laptop to hear you.
Okay.
Let me just reset the machine. It'll hardly take 10 seconds for me to restart. Okay, you guys stay in the conference. Is Tanuja there? Who is this? Hello. Unmute. I'll just unmute him. I'll do one thing. I'll make one of you the host. Okay. Abraham, I'll make you the host. As soon as I come back, you can give it back to me. Okay. Hello. Abraham.
Hi there.
So I'll just make you the host for now. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I come back, you can make me the host again. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. See you in 10 minutes then. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. See you in 10 minutes.
And हाँ नहीं नहीं इधर ये चार हाँ जी सब अच्छे हैं।
Guys, can you hear me now? Is this better? Hello? Hello?
Hi, Kiran. Hi, Kiran.
Yeah. Okay, so,
I'm your host.
yeah, you make me the host, but is my voice better now? Volumes are
It's
better?
it's okay.
It's better than before, right?
I feel like before it was better.
Oh, you feel it was better before?
Like
Okay.
okay. Sometimes it's coming low.
Yeah. I'm audible properly, right?
Okay.
So you made me the host. Okay. Fair enough. See, webex has this problem. Webex.
ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾ குச்சியா அதுக்கு பேர் என்ன
Okay, I am ready whenever you are. Hello? Hello? Shall we start? Everybody's here?
Hey, I'm back. You
Okay.
can just raise your hand, so at least we know.
I think my mic is picking up much better now, correct?
Yeah, Kiran, that's far better.
Yeah, all it needed was a restart because last time I restarted my Mac was 2 months ago.
Oh, that's bad practice then.
2 months is quite a long time.
Yeah, true.
Because most of the time we use Skype and Teams, right? So we never had this issue. So I never had an external mic. So I think one restart did it.
Mm-hmm. It's one of the standard solutions, right?
Reboot.
Yeah.
Reset everything and restart from scratch.
True. They generally solve a lot of issues.
Yeah. Again, RAM and CPU being overloaded. No? It's the total.
True. Yeah.
Okay. I'll assume everybody is back. Okay. I will just some things on the screen. If you don't know about it, it's is my screen.
No, Kiran, I think wasn't.
No, now I'm going to make. Yeah, one second.
Okay, got it now.
Share. No, everything should work except this. Is this visible now? Is my slide visible?
Yeah, Kiran, I can see.
Okay. Even now?
Yeah, you just moved right. I can see the whiteboard.
Okay, you can see a blank slide, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Some issues you have seen.
Oh, full white screen I'm seeing. Not sure if that is what you're saying.
Okay, one second.
You
No,
just
I'm
moved
moving
it
to a
to.
larger display because this laptop screen is.
Okay, now I can see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're on slide number 8. Right.
Yeah.
Submission. Okay.
You see now. You tell me which one of this, Raju. Right. Critical process guide. Have you seen this? This is top 4. This is one. Then system service exception. This is one. Then memory related BSODs is one part. Then one more biggest nightmare is this. Have you ever had this thing called this kind of an error? Have you ever seen this class of error? Inaccessible boot device error, that is one part. Then bad system config. This is one more error. Then one of the most, I don't know what to call it, I can't even classify that error as anything, but very annoying it is, especially in Windows 10. Whatever, how many ever zeros that is. Yes. Have you seen these errors ever?
have seen inacceptable boot device error while building the machine.
While building the machine.
Yeah, like sometimes we build, we try to build the machine,
Okay.
or like with the
How
new
did
image. So that point of time I have seen it.
Okay. So how did you fix it? Anything you did?
Actually, I don't remember now.
Okay.
Is this access violation code C000008 or
That
something?
driver, which one? The last one, is it?
Uh-huh.
There can be many reasons why that can come. Access
Hmm.
violation is just one of the many things.
Hmm.
Okay. This will come usually at startup only, right? This comes usually at that time. So let's take one by one and see what we can do to fix them. All right. So which one do you want to start with? I leave the choice to you. Zero process. So therefore, right, spacing done. Which one shall we start with? You choose. You go in that order. This has to come with the next file. Okay. Inaccessible to each file. Correct. So shall we go in the same order, or you have a specific order you want me to follow? Hello?
Yeah, same order should be fine.
Okay. So if the critical process died, what exactly it is trying to tell you? I think it's one of the biggest nightmare that anybody can have, right? And I think here also you'll see very strange error code that reads in the last three digits will be 0 EF, I think. And everything else will be 0 before that. Yeah. Whatever that number, it doesn't matter. Okay? But this is the kind of error you will see. So, how on earth shall we understand this? Okay? Simply, it's a process corrupted. It's not any process, but a process corrupted. Something that Windows needs to boot. It can be anything. And the point is, where will you start with this? What are the possibilities? Which background process or which process that Windows let's not boot, let's say system function. Okay? Now, which process has crashed? The question is, which one? Where will you start? I'll write the bandwidth also. Lowest level is device driver, right? Drivers to memory and everything in between. You tell me where should we start with this?
In case of process, like we can use process monitor to,
See, there are
like
two things here. 1 second. It is either stopped fully or incorrect data received by the process. Yes. These are the problems. These are the two possible reasons why this can happen. Okay. And one more thing, for this also I'll tell you the power management, right? This is also a cause. Typically, sleep to wake. This is the only time you can. Is one of the times when you can see it, right? Why do you think this happens? Let's first analyze that. Yeah. Why do you think this happens? Let's start with this. So we have an entire bandwidth of software to hardware involved in this, correct? No? Right? So where do you start?
Yeah.
By the time you give me some starting points, I'll just note when your text box will be ready to write it. You have written the causes. Where to start? What's the point? Yeah, let's start here. Where to start?
Even viewer.
Pardon me?
Even viewer, we can check for process.
No, I didn't get what you just said. Are you not able to hear me?
He's telling event viewer.
Okay, event viewer. Okay, fine. Okay, next. Where else?
Google we can search for the error message, then we can come to know like which.
All right. Google also granted. What else? Okay, let's just go on Google there and see. Okay, critical process died Windows 7. Let us see that. Is it? Okay. Is my browser visible to you now? Or no?
No.
So desktop is okay. You can see my windows, right? Here, you can see this windows, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like this. Critical process type Windows 10. Okay, let's go to first link that comes. Okay. Virus scan, update device drivers, undo reset changes. It's a very large bandwidth, right?
Yeah, these things never help.
I mean, this is because nobody can tell you what critical process died, right? Everyone is talking of device drivers only. Let's go to Microsoft. Even I don't think even there are much. They'll give you a lot of other things. Run auto repair. See here? There's so many of them, but this is not helping us. So Google is not an option in this case. But however, there is something which I will start with. Okay. In this case, from where I will start is driver troubleshooting. Right? We have that Windows. We have no driver and hardware troubleshooter. Oops. Machine went out. Okay. I think they're searching the wrong place. Okay, here it is. Driver device troubleshooting. Device troubleshooting. Where is this reported? It's supposed to be here. So I'll start with the device troubleshooter first. This is first part I will do. If there's anything which is pending, it is pending. And where is the tool? It has to download it. Troubleshoot. Here. Private cards. Device troubleshooter. Hardware troubleshooter. So first thing is I will start that each of these devices, but it's quite a painful thing, right? Here it is. Run troubleshooters. Okay. We'll start from here. Let's start with Windows updates. So this should usually fix that. Okay. Where is it? It's not showing whatever. I have another option. Have you heard of this command called MSDT? MSID diagnostic. So concept it come up. Is it ready? No. It will take some time. As a part of sysinternals, you must have this exe. It's called msdt.exe, and that will run. All right. And have you used the DSM DISM2? Anybody? Yeah, here it comes. This is the one. MSDT minus ID and device diagnostic. This will bring up your hardware troubleshooter. So next, wait for it to do its job. So whenever this does usually anything to do with hardware specifically, right? Anything to do specifically with hardware, it will execute it. It will go and tell you. Now let's say this has failed. Yours, let me just write it here. Yeah, here. If this is typically disabled, right? Okay, you'll have to update the drivers yourself. Just leave it at enabled. It will figure out what are the good drivers and possibly working drivers and pull them up here. So let us go and update this right here. msdt.exe minus ID diagnostic. So this is coming from the sysinternals. Okay, this is one of the options you have. First up, this is where I will start. Okay, next, done. Let's say this did not come up with anything useful to me. Then we have this DISM. Anybody has used this tool before? The image builder must have done it. They have got some options. These are the most common used options. This is one part. Okay. What's wrong with this? You can say slash and then you can use any combination of this breakbreaks. And similarly, you can do other things also like check help. Say slash and then this is one more way you can do it, but here you need to pass the image name. Okay, DSM is the second option. This will exactly check the image of the OS that you're trying to fix. Next, we have another option which is called SFC. Has anybody used SFC here before? That is called a system file check slash scan now. Are you able to see my screen? Can you see that SFC tool working for us?
Yes.
Once this is done, it will tell you whatever issues that come in. But you know one thing, this also fixes that other error we saw earlier, right? Bad system configuration. This will also fix that because it will update all your files which are scattered all over the place, and you know, and it tries to put them in a sequential thing. A related command what this is doing, let me write that. SFC system file checker tool. Usually this is run with, have you heard of this command? Check this. Yeah. So whenever you run this SFC, right, it usually fixes even your bad system config also. It will try and get everything. And one more thing you have to keep in mind is each time you update a system, right, it's a little hard work, hardly any time, but it's still worth it. You lose some disk space at the most. Export before update. Okay, in case something fails, restore the exported registry. This is one of the best ways you can do it. This will contain all the settings that you need. Okay. Now the question is when will you decide to go to the registry and when will you not? How do you do that? When do you decide? Because this can be a standard solution, right? Correct, no? Can you always restore the registry and say it will work? Do you think that's a universal solution? Hello?
Yeah, not possible always.
So when to use it then? When your system is, let's say the registry is corrupted. Okay? For example, the registry is gone to B. Okay? When the registry itself is corrupted. And remember golden rule, restore registry in safe mode only. You might argue that there are other ways to do that. Okay? If you go to the system properties, where is my Windows system? Has anybody used this one feature here? One second, there's a this PC. This PC. Yeah. Okay. The properties. Have you used the system protection mode? Thank you. Advanced systems. System protection. Have you used this system restore ever? This option, has anybody used this?
No.
No.
Okay. If you use this, right, it will show you a list of all the possible drives with their original states before and after any changes made to the system. This is built into Windows itself. We can do that. Okay, let's configure this to on now. So it's like on now. Here you can create a system restore point. Let it finish it. The minute you created it, right, this thing started to get enabled, right? This button is enabled. Let it finish it. It will just be.
So this is by default it will be enabled, or
Okay. While this is happening, we can enable one more setting in the registry. HT local machine.
So Kiran, if I keep restore to the restore point,
Yeah.
all the if I install any application post that restore point, that will be deleted or
that will be lost. Yes, yes. So there's one more trick from the registry also, where, for example, let's say we are all humans. We forget to take backups of things from time to time. Okay, but we can use Windows only to do the hard work for us. It is in this location, system current control set. We go create a cheat key here, and we go create control. And under this, we have something called session manager. Session manager. Yeah, here it is. Under session manager, you will have something called as a configuration manager. Alright. Here, we just create a key. Sorry, value. It should be of the type H keyword set to rule. Keyword value. Enable periodic backup. Just set this to 1. So what Windows does is, every now and then it will keep on taking a registry backup. I don't know if you remember, if you start Windows in the what do you call it? Safe mode prompt, it used to ask start Windows with last known good configuration. You remember that? Has anyone used that?
yes?
Yes. This is equivalent to that. So based on the restore points it's creating, it's done. Yeah, it's created successfully. Now when I do a system restore, see this? We can always restore it to that. And you can also look for what programs that got installed which caused it. This is a good way of backing up, right? When you take an entire file system, that is system image backup, when you take a registry backup, only then do not break your head about fixing which key was there, what key was missing, what value was missing, no problem. So now see, from this restore point, it is said nothing is changed, right? No program is affected. But typically, you will have many more restore points like this from time to time when you create, okay? You can use this also as a good way to figure out what exactly caused it. So in that scan report, it just showed us now, it will contain any patches or anything that was installed and that crashed or that caused the operating system to cause a error or whatever else. Okay? Clear on this? Any questions?
Kiran, regarding that restoration point, so whenever it takes a restoration point,
Yes.
so how much space would it occupy? Like, would it take backup of only like metadata, or how is it?
Now, when you do a restore point, it is keeping the most common changes which are critical. For example, a registry, all right? Let's say one program got some registry key corrupted. That happens quite commonly, right? And sometimes also what happens is, see, you must use registry as a restore method when all of these are failed. After point C only you use this, right? When these fail, then you can come to this.
Okay.
This is the last resort for you. But for me, as a best practice, I will do this from time to time. Maybe once a week you can export it, no? And that's not a great task, right? You have to just come here, start with voice, it's already open. That's all you have to do. Entire registry will go out, no?
Okay.
You put it in any folder. My backup on whatever. You find the entire registry there. Alright. While this is done, all you can do is file import. Point to this. It will restore everything and merge, no?
But
The danger with this is, remember, you will merge duplicate entries also, okay? You could end up getting duplicate entries, so just you have to be a little careful on that. Yes, you are asking something. Please go ahead.
So I was speaking about system restoration point. Just now we have gone to my PC and we have enabled this one, right? So every now and then you told that it will be taking a backup every now and then. So whenever it takes a backup, I was just about to ask you, like, how much space would it occupy?
Really not much. It could be in a few MB. Let's go check it out. System protection. Where is this creation? It leaves about this much. You can configure that way. 9 GB in this case.
Okay.
That means on this C drive, okay, it is going to take 9 GB. But you can also put it on different drives. You got multiple partitions showing there, right? DEF, you can put it there also. You can do that. And again, this is configurable. No? You can keep as much as you want. So typically I leave it at default because it can manage itself, right?
Yeah.
This is per drive, okay? This is per drive. So you also have this option, create a restore point for everything, for every drive for which you have turned. And again, per drive also this is configurable or what do you say, removable. So this is per drive. So if you have D drive here, you can configure for D also. Because many times what I do is I put the OS on a 40 GB Windows partition on C drive and just don't think about it. I put all my program files on different drives. So most of my programs will be on an external hard drive. So I run it from there. Yeah?
Yeah, good.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on this one? Stop now. This is the last point. If this also fails, reset to factory setting. Present format reinstall, or let's say reimage, whatever that means, or whatever that it takes for you to achieve this, you can do. Beyond this, you can't do anything, right? Can you think of anything beyond this?
What about any driver updates?
That will get fixed here, no?
Troubleshoot.
Here it gets fixed, right? This MSDT we ran, no? You have tried even this. Right?
Okay.
What more can you do possibly?
Kiran, one question. If I run proc mod, will it
Come
tell
again,
me
please.
like which process actually died? If I run proc mod, will it tell me like which process actually died? Like it says critical process died.
That you will get from the BSOD, no? The
Okay.
BSOD will tell you, right, which one is done.
Okay.
And there are a couple of more things you can do. Okay? It is also possible, these are totally outside the scope of this tool. Scan for viruses. You'll be surprised that sometimes this can also fix it. Then last resort, lastest resort is the firmware updates come from this hardware manufacturer. Beyond this, take a backup of the data, format everything, and reinstall. So let's bring down to this. After this, there is no other option to fix this. Okay? You can do whatever you want. I think we have tried everything humanly possible, and that's it. There's nothing more we can do. Anyone can do. Is this clear? Right? Any questions? Or you want to think and tell me what else you can do? Please let me know. Typically, if it's any hardware issue or MSDT will do the job and let you know, okay, this is the reason. If this hardware is bad or whatever. So any doubts on this? Anybody? Or we'll go to the next one. Dinner time already? Guys, shall I go to the next one or you have any questions to ask on this?
Yeah, we can move to the next one.
Okay, let's take the next headache. That is the inaccessibility. What can exactly be this actually? Yes. It was working fine, suddenly this issue comes up. What is it? Okay, let's start with where do we start?
I think we have to see the hardware partitioning, I guess.
It was working fine, suddenly it decides to stop working. That's not true, right? Unless somebody threw the device down and vented all their anger on it. But there's a major power surge, but chances of that are pretty remote, right? See, yesterday night it boot time. Okay. Morning 10 a.m. I've shut down and gone home, slept, and came back for the night shift. It says boot drive can't be found. What could be the possible cause for it?
I think here we had one real-time scenario that some of our systems are not booting up all of a sudden,
Okay.
and then after long analysis, it has found that there is some group policy which made it to get into this problem. So the policy says that any external SSD do not take it. So some of these boot devices being SSD, somehow it's not picking from it.
Right? So the boot is not able to find.
Right.
This is one way. Second, any other option you can think of? Or any other? And remember, this usually starts with policy SSD type. I think this is the most common devices type which has this issue. This is the most commonly found. If you use ID or PCI, there is no problem. But typically, with the SSD, this happens. I have a HP laptop, brand new one, it has the same issue. So since it's under less than a week old, I've given it to HP for them to fix it. We'll see whenever they fix it. But one of the things I would do is, first, check any latest software that is installed and removed. Okay? This first part I will do. This is one thing. Okay? Then I will go and reboot it. Then I can use that friend DSI and other. I can use DISM. But this time it's a different option. So whatever, this is called as get packages. Later, you had mentioned that you had this inaccessible boot drive device and you did something to fix it. Was it something similar you did into your image?
I'm not sure what was the fix. I think they removed they changed the policy or something. I don't know what's the exact solution.
So if there is one thing called packages, there's also one more option called as. This will allow you to remove all those packages from your image. So typically what you will do here is you give an image parameter. So whatever tab and run this. This will either in the first one will get the missing packages. This will remove the most probably headache packages. Right? And another time, one more bigger culprit is Windows updates. For this, you can simply go to the command line and type this command HLM. There's a temp folder, right? This one can also have a problem. Windows update doesn't these are pending. Many times now we say after installing an update, how many of you have said, no, I will restart my machine later and continue? Whenever an update is installed, how many of us have actually done that? I will restart later and we forget. The next update will keep pending, and it will never get restarted, right? So one of the places you can see clearly is here again. Application. Windows updates. So, 1 second. 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 1 sec Here it's, you see this here? This is what? A pending update, or what do you think this is? This part which I'm highlighting. Your device is missing important security and quality fixes.
Yes.
These are pending, right? They are not done, correct?
Right.
In these cases, when happens is sometimes it can just go in your, it can come with all of these things, no? It is lost access to the thing. So these things are stored in registry under the temp. So what you can do is, and run the command straight away, reg load, xkln start temp. Okay, into what? From the Windows configuration, whatever it is. System 32 config dash software. See? So you can look at that log and then find out where the issues are. Now, the point is they're stuck there and I can't do anything about it. Correct, no? So one thing is you can either delete that key from the registry by using the, here, remember you cannot go into regedit and find that key and delete. It might not work always. Okay? So this will happen when your machine is restarted and you have no access to the GUI. That's when you need to run this reg load from the temporary thing, delete that key, alright, and then unload it and restart, it will fix it. Don't worry, I'll give you all these commands, okay? I just want you to understand various options. These commands I'll give you one by one so you can try to whenever you're stuck in these cases. So in this case, you have to remove that Microsoft Windows current version component is servicing. Where is that regedit? Let's open that so that at least you know what to delete. HPLN temp. What is the temp URST? Here it's not there. That key is being used by someone, right? So it's all right. We'll look for component is servicing. Search. Yeah. So sometimes, it says it cannot update some issues pending, right? So there will be a sessions pending here, right? That's sessions pending. Once you find that sessions pending key, right, that you can delete it. Yeah. If you find that key under the stem, just delete that key and you'll be done. It will work. You'll go back and normally update and do the job. Yeah? Any questions on this? Windows
Yeah,
update?
I had one question here. So
Yes.
many times when the update, download and install is done and then we click on restart, there
Yeah.
are times when it gets stuck on waiting for GPSVC screen, the blue
Yes.
screen. So
Yes.
usually what happens there, because after restart we don't see it that often, but especially while shutting down we see that it's stuck on that screen.
Takes a long time because what it does is intelligently it will put you in that loop and start downloading in the background. And this group policy also can play a bad role there, because if as a user I do not have permission to install updates, right, because I'm not an admin, that could also be a corrupt. That could also be a culprit.
Okay, so no fix for that as such.
And in your case, you need to have that policy removed or give the user temporary
Okay.
admin or something like that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or allow users to install software. You will have to do that. Otherwise, there's no fix for it.
Okay.
Now, there is one more problem with this. This has got to do with the BIOS. I don't know if you've come across this setting. It's called AHC. Have you heard of this mode? AHCA mode? This is a setting. This does not, I don't know if every machine comes with this, but AHCA mode is, what do you call it? What do you think it is? What is AHCA? Have you seen this setting? It is to do with storage. Okay? It's called Advanced Host Controller Interface. Have you heard of this? Specifically, if you know that your machine has got a SATA drive and it is acting up with this error, simply go to your BIOS, change this AHCI from off to on. Restart.
Kiran, what are SATA drives?
Sorry?
What are SATA drives?
They are basically like SSD ID, that's another standard. If you look at the last 3-4 years, I mean before SSD came, right? SATA drives were the in thing. They are pretty fast. I think it is sequentially access drive. It's the way it accesses it. So it's called serial mode. It's called a serial ATA drive.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the Windows XP only work on the ID mode, not AHCI. So
yeah,
that's the old technology, and I think right from the Vista and 7, AHCI is the only option. Is the basic standard to run the drivers, SATA drivers.
That is one part. There's also one more thing called as PATA, parallelly accessible drive, and SATA drive. So I think only HP and I think Compaq had more of these drives than anybody else. HP and Compaq only had these drives mostly.
Yeah.
It's called serial ATA.
Yeah.
So on such, when you know that if you know that your machine has got SATA drive, the BIOS go and disable AHCA. If you can enable it, it should work. This is also a reason why this can happen. Okay. Now, from where do you find this information? That's the problem. See, we saw how many options here. One is pending updates, we saw group policies, we saw. Okay. Remove the last installed software, that also we saw. DSIM, we saw. DISM. Then, if there's a pending update, that can also cause this issue. So these are some of the well-known issues, as in we can make out that these are the reasons. But there could be 100 other reasons for this. I'll tell you, for example, if you go to this drive icon, right? Something weird, you'll see that. It's very different actually. This PC, right? This PC. Yeah. You see this one? Boot drive. This icon you see, right? This Windows icon, if it's on a particular drive, it means it's booting from that. So there's one more thing called as disk man. This I would not suggest you to do it. See this? This could also become inactive. Many times when you create a partition, right? Have you created partition? If you take any of the properties of this, it will show you what kind of hard disk is this. Now this one, you can see here, healthy boot. Okay, if you look at the options it gives you for each one, it's different. Can you see the difference in options here? Here you have tools, hardware, security, quota, customers. You have those here. Plus you have others also. So this group policy you mentioned earlier, this could be the reason why they do not have permissions. So this will have this boot symbol. So again, security could be a big culprit, or genuinely the disk is in a bad shape. Then you can do this error checking. And one more thing which I've seen works maybe 10 times in 100 times is this. This makes a lot of difference. Has anybody used defrag here to speed up a slow computer?
Yes.
I think usually you get about 20-25% of performance boost instantly, right? Because the data is written in a sequential order, so it's much faster. This you cannot access. Yeah, there's no access to that. It's fixed. This also you cannot enable. There's nothing called make this partition as active. Now what typically you can do is you can, if there's an extra partition in luxury of another drive, install Windows on that. Once it comes up in this utility, you can simply make the other one as active or change this path, right? Make, let's say for example, that comes as D drive. Make that as C and make this as D. Then it'll start boot through that. This also can be a problem, okay? You know, in most of your laptop, there's a inaccessible recovery disk, right? Have you seen that? Here, they usually keep the operating system image on that. There'll be a magic button on the laptops, no? HP has it. Restore button. They have a key combination which you press, it will restore the Windows to the factory settings. It has the actual image installed on your hard disk on a partition which is hidden. So it will start booting from there. Alright, this is one way of fixing it. But this, please do not play with this because you can lose the partition totally. For example, let's say you have one more drive here, let's say D is there, let's say this is D, and you make that as active. What do you think will happen? Windows will not boot up, no? Correct, no? So this is one clue to immediately find out what went wrong or which. See, sometimes you can have multiple hard disks, right? Disk 0, disk 1 you will have. So if the boot partition is moved to that and C drive is here, and on disk 1 you have DEF, chances are it will not find, right? That could also be an issue. But you know, for a quick fix to rule out any disk related issues, use this thing called disk management. Have you used this tool before, anybody? Disk management? Has anybody used this before?
Yes, I have seen it.
Okay.
Yes, we have used it, but it is very high risk to work with the
It's very
client.
high risk. That's why I told put in the last option.
Yeah, we worked with this tool on the personal computers, but not in the with the customer or the client.
Confirm the boot partition of the PC or device using disk manager. Change only if you can take the risk. I'll just make that note here. Luxury.
Kiran, can we not boot from the USB?
You can boot from USB. Again, your BIOS has to support it.
Or is it that? Okay.
See, a lot of times companies, right, as a policy, they will not let USB drives enable. Correct? No? Isn't it? USB is typically disabled, right? So booting is not an option from there. But yes, if it is there, it's a very good option actually. You don't need to install anything on your machine. Just plug in the USB, start it up, and save on your local disk. That's the best. That's the good way of optimizing the storage. Now, what happens if all of this fails? What is the conclusion? Actually, I'll stop it here. When to stop? Now. You need to make that note also, right? Stop now. Next is stop. Okay. This is the last resort, but ideally you must have stopped here. I'll not say trial and error, that doesn't sound good. Let's make it. Skills for adventurous. Okay. If this also fails, you can simply hard disk. This might have actually become bad. Now, what will you conclude? This is a hardware problem or what? Here, my conclusion will be if this got fixed, I'll conclude it as OS corruption. Updates stuck. Hardware compatibility. If you just want to make this, so it's like worth it. But again, we don't know in which situation you are allowed to use it or not, so I leave that at your discretion. But this is what it is going to be. Now, I need to replace. That's it. Nothing more you can do. So how many levels have we gone from? Operating system level. Again, this is also OS only. And you ended up hardware compatibility. In case this, it is SATA drive, okay? SATA drives only. That's all. The rest of it is, I think you can choose when to call it off and when to continue. Are you getting an idea of how it is going? I mean, where do you start and where do you end? Yeah?
Yeah.
So tell me, beyond this, what else can you do humanly? Tell me. If you think we have missed anything, please share it. Just share it if there's any other option that we have missed. There's one more, okay? It's a little silly thing. It's not silly, but also is a possibility. Yeah, that's why I told you this is not. This also can be a culprit a lot of things. Sometimes you just remove it and brush it off and just put it back. It works, no? But nothing happened. After all this, if you still, this also is a possibility. And let me put it in a different color, so that we should not rule it out, but that's not the usual culprit. Something happened. Now tell me, under what will you categorize this? Hardware or everything else you categorize, right? OS, updates, again here also OS.
Hardware.
Loose cables is hardware. It's somewhere in between, right? Let's give it another category. Possible, right? Anything is possible. After all this also nothing happens, then last resort is replace that. Because What else can go wrong with this? Can you just think about what else can possibly go wrong? I can't think of anything. See,
Network location and
no, this is. Tell me one thing: do your environment support pre-boot? Remote boot does it support? Do you have a network boot option on your laptops or your environment? Is that there?
No.
If it's not there, then there's no point, right? That means you should have a really dumb terminal which is connecting via that old protocol to a remote machine. Huh?
that option. I've seen that option while booting, so that's basic.
Yeah.
So
but your environment, normally they will not have that unless they're using, those VT100 kind of a terminal where you just remotely log in via network and finish your work and come in. But that's also a possibility. Okay. But network boot I have not seen on an enterprise environment at least. That is, I have not seen it. So I don't see any other reason why this can fail. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. You're saying something.
oh no, I said okay.
Okay. So this is the next problem that we have. So bad system configured. How do we fix that? What do you think we can do for that? Let's write down that also. What do you do with this? These are not so complex, but they can very easily be fixed unless they get out of all the steps that we did. First, tried and tested, restart. Wait 20 seconds. Next, your next line of defense will be this one. SFC disorder. A very good command which will tell you there's something wrong with it. Next, we have checkpoints, right? Registry backup if you want to, or I would simply say restore time. This is one. Okay. That's it. There's nothing more you can do on this. One more thing you can try. I don't know if you have this kind of boot configuration data. Have you seen a hidden file called boot.ini? Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
It's not very somewhere. Here. Here also sometimes, no, when it says C drive and it's not there, there's nothing much you can do. You can actually edit that file. It's not giving us permission, that's okay. No worries. Is there a way to see hidden files here? Should be there. You show hidden files. This is one more way you can check. If it is pointing to which drive, and if there's a change there, you can always you can also enable boot log and check what exactly it is doing, and then you can verify. See if this C:* Windows with saying it is booting up is actually marked as the boot drive in this PC, like we saw earlier, right? Here and the disk manager also we saw. It should be marked as boot. There's nothing much than this you can do. But however, sometimes check this can say that master boot record is corrupted or something is gone wrong, right? So in old days there used to be a command called sys. Okay, we have removed this command. Doesn't matter. But we have something called as boot record. Okay. So now this command you can use. This will show the boot record in case it is there, but in this machine it's not there. But anyway, there's a trick you can use to fix it. Boot rec / boot and do that. So if you run this boot record, no, it will go on. Simply make that disk bootable. For example, I have D drive here. On D drive, I can say write the boot record. So next time I can boot from there. That's the way you can fix this error. So just put config data. It is very specific to the OS. Let's run once. /OS/ fixes the boot record in case So this is what you can do to fix this bad system config error. Any questions on this? No? Boot ID has to be there. Let's check. In the meanwhile, you can please ask any questions about this. You can
Okay, what is traps interface?
Sorry?
Traps interface of that OS architecture you mentioned. Traps interface.
Trap interface basically it allows you to take, see, normally you cannot exchange data between kernel mode and user mode directly, right? So what the traps
Okay.
is, okay, so what it does allow you to do is it's like a in between layer. It's like if you take Linux, right?
Okay.
You can use UMAP and mmap, correct? So what it Traps basically it is used for, SNMP, you heard of that? Symmetric Simple Network Management Protocol, you heard of that? SNMP, you know, right?
SNMP, I don't know. SMTP, no? SNMP, I don't know.
SNMP is Simple Network Management Protocol. Okay. So this traps is used to get that. Okay. How do I tell you that?
Okay.
It is basically it is there to handle data going up and down.
Between user and channel.
Yes, between user and
model.
Correct. It's something like that. But here it sends objects across. Okay. So basically in Windows you have only managers. No, most of them. Yeah. You see, all of them are managers, correct? Here. Here. Security, IO manager, memory manager, all these things. None of them can talk to them directly. They have to go through this one.
Okay.
So you have traps for network, you have traps for objects, you have traps for everything. For example, sometimes we start monitoring devices at real time. How much data is coming? If you take something like Wireshark, you heard of Wireshark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it used to monitor the network.
You can see each packet that is going up and down. No?
Yeah.
So directly you cannot do those packets normally. You need a tool to see that.
Okay.
It is basically to make sure that data is in a controlled manner and nobody can tamper with it. Basically, you have to communicate only through it. So mostly it is used for SNMP only, nothing else.
Okay.
So typically it is only meant to do with network. That's it. They are called traps only.
Okay.
Because what they have done is everything, even if you, however you work with Windows, it becomes client server, right? So the only protocol all of us use in Windows is TCP/IP, correct? No? So for example, I think that will write a small example. Just write a dummy code so that you will understand. Network. So for example, on a client side, here first connect to server service. Next, in this connection, what you shall give address, comma, port, or user interface. So this interface will define that address and port. So this client will connect to the service. Service will talk to the terminal side. And this guy will talk to hardware or anybody else. Then put it back the same way. Yep. Okay. Purely it is used for management. We call it as SNMP. Simple Network Management Protocol. That's what it is. Hope that's cleared it out.
Yes, thanks.
We will continue tomorrow, or you want to continue for some more time?
Continue tomorrow would be fine.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So Please come back with any questions or anything that you want to ask. Go ahead. Okay. And we have, see, I have so many slides to show you, 60, 70 slides, but I think, going through that will not really make anything great. Correct, no? So these slides I'll give you anyway, how it is in a lot of theory, but I think we should go on this approach so that, you can understand the concept behind it, and I think this will also be useful, right? What we wrote down here for each error types, critical process, right? What to do. So tell me if this is helping you, or you want me to go ahead with the, because I would like to give these slides also to you so that you can refer to it anytime in case such errors come or whatever. So I would like your collective opinion on that. Should we continue like this in this method where we see what settings to be changed, or would you like to go for it? I mean, any other method you suggest, I'm fine.
Yeah, I think this practical approach is fine.
So we'll continue the same method.
Yeah, maybe others also.
As long as it's helping you, I'm okay. I mean, if you think that if it is not really being useful to you, we can change the method. It's just to get better. That's all. And I would like to ask one more thing. Swati, anybody who is with Swati? Any of you, I mean, anybody here, can you spend some time with Swati tomorrow and help her to get the general idea, because I think she's finding it very difficult to understand. Swati?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please. Excused.
Sir, I'm Mohit here. Sir, I'm also facing the issue. I'm also not getting the things properly because it's all new for me.
Okay, Mohit. So that's why now I'm trying to. So all of you are having this trouble. Can you please explain to me? Can you just voice it out? Who is not understanding anything or finding it difficult? Can you please share here? Can you mark yourself or say something about it? Mohit, Swati. Okay. Who else? Because if you don't tell me, it will become.
Yeah, it's Gaurav, Kiran.
Yes, Gaurav.
Yeah, like it is like. Hello.
Yes, Gaurav, I can hear you. It's going over overhead transmission, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is like difficult to like all those concept like understand these things.
Yeah. Okay, 3 people. Anybody else? Okay. You people who just said Swati and Gaurav and Mohit, with whom do you work? I mean, who is your immediate senior? Maybe you can spend some time with them tomorrow before coming to the class. Is that possible? This is an open thing to everyone.
Sir, Arpit is also facing some issues as he is not able to unmute and say that.
Okay.
He is also facing issues understanding the concept.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we are new to this topic. That's why you are not understanding anything.
Yeah, Swati, but then it would also be nice if you can ask any question, no? When you don't understand, if you don't tell me, it becomes difficult. See, you messaged me, so I got to know. So because I asked others also saying they're not understand. Correct, no? So let us solve this problem somehow. Any ideas from Vinayak, Tanvi, Gugannathan?
Yeah, so miss for what I'm thinking for them could be a touching of these basics once, before we start on this, like the troubleshooting parts. I'm just thinking that's just my view. I mean, they need a kind of basic overview on some steps and the basics if we touch for some time. I don't know. And there we can hope it
Sure.
up.
Would that help, guys? Swati, Gaurav?
Yeah, yeah. If you
Okay.
tell basics, we can understand.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. We'll get to know where to study basics, then we'll be
Yeah.
able to.
Okay. I'll suggest something. Okay. Before
Okay.
tomorrow, what you do is just look at Windows OS architecture block diagram. Okay. That is one part. Okay. Second thing is, I think in the call, if you remember, I had mentioned that if you can read a book from your engineering called Modern Operating Systems. I think Satish will remember that.
Yeah, by Tannenbaum, right?
Yeah, by Tannenbaum. Yes.
Yeah.
If you can read the first 5 chapters of that, no, I think that is freely available on the internet as a PDF. Tomorrow before coming, just spend about half an hour and read that first 5 chapters of that book. It will really help you.
So, can you please name the book again?
Modern Operating Systems by Tannenbaum. I'll just type it in the chat for you. How many of you have done engineering? I'm sure all of you have done engineering, right?
No.
Okay. You are from MCA?
I have done, sir. Engineering.
Okay. Then you must have had this, no? Modern Operating Systems. Very good. I just typed it in the chat. In case you, I would suggest get it, but after you read some book, some portion of that, you will get some doubts. Okay. Please ask them tomorrow first thing before we start the session tomorrow. Get your doubts clarified. We'll go through some of the basics which are required for you. No problem, so that you don't feel lost.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is available. It is free. You don't have to look for it. Just read the concepts. I'm sure you'll have doubts. Don't worry. First half an hour tomorrow we'll spend answering all your doubts that you have so that you're ready for the session. Is everybody okay with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you then. Sleep well. Stay safe. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Good night, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Right.
end stream தான் இருக்கு